Ta-da! Oh my gosh, my voice. Sorry I'm a bit late. OBS, for whatever reason, decided to break all my audio sources, so it wasn't picking up mic or game audio, anything like that. So that took me a minute to try to figure out there, but yes, welcome in tonight. We're back in Cafe Enchante, or, okay, it's not Enchante, that was my best guess at it. Enchante, which I need to force myself to keep saying. Enchante! Cafe Enchante! We're back in tonight, and we got on Canus' route last time, so now we can have a Valentine's date with him. I'm sure we're probably gonna have to go through something really harrowing first, because from what I recall, at least in Otome's, that's typically what happens, but we shall see. At the very least, we'll spend more time with Canus. And I guess we should just get into it, to be all honest here. Okay, where were we last time? Let's see here. I know I left it off at a good stopping point if I remember correctly. Oh no, we'll just get back into it. I can't quite remember, to be honest. Okay, before I'm able to chicken out, I immediately go to Canus the next day and ask him if we can take a tour around Medio together. Oh right, that was, we were trying to figure out why he killed that fairy. And so we were asking everybody else besides Canus, and we came to the conclusion that it's probably better to ask Canus, so we are going to ask Canus now. I do remember now. It's been a second. That morning, while watching Medio turn from spring to summer, we walk around as we casually converse. Spring to summer sounds like ice cracking for whatever reason. This world will always seem so strange to me. The seasons change in a matter of hours.
確かにな。人間界に慣れてしまった今では、我ですらメディオの時の流れに不思議さを覚えてしまう。
And what's the word? In comparison, it's definitely something unique.
その昔、我が人間界に出たばかりの頃は、人間界こそが
you don't go through 4 different seasons in one day? Well, you could move to Texas and you could experience that, but I feel like in most of the world you probably don't. I figured as much.
ああ、季節の移り変わりがないせいか、時間の感覚が狂ってしまってな。
His sense of time was messed up.
妖精界での用事をすっぽかして、ティターニアに迷惑をかけたこともある。
No kidding. Oh, come to think of it, when I first came to Medio, it worried everyone.
あの時か。
It was.
あなたの姿が見え
How
ない
many chapters ago was that? I don't even
あ
know
てふためいたな。
how long in game time that was, but that was a little while ago. Sounds like he was really worried about me. Canus places his hand on his chest as he recalls that day. Oh, my heart. I must clutch my heart. Yeah, back then. The fairies' prank. It was a real close call. I smile as I stare at the waterfall mist.
落ちる瞬間を見た時は、心臓が凍りつくような思いだった。
Yeah. Considering I can't fly or save myself. Yeah. Thank you so much for saving me. I would have been toast if you weren't there. On top of that, I've actually become real good friends with those fairies. I've recently been able to differentiate all the fairies here too.
そうなのか。無自覚とはいえ、
They did.
殺されかけた相手に。
Apparently, as an MC, I'm way too nice and forgiving, even though they literally threw me to my death. Canus stops himself and shakes his head.
いや、すでに過去としているのなら、我が野暮なことは言うべきではないか。当の妖精たちもティターニアに叱責されたのだ。今後、危険な真似はしないだろう。
Good.
あれらの中
I
には
hope to
長
not
い
be
時を
thrown off
生
a
き
waterfall again.
遊びに飽きたものもいる
That's a
から
once in a lifetime
ぜ
opportunity.
ひ仲良くしてやってほしい。
Yeah, I will. I'll try to be their friend. For a while after that, Canus and I watched the tiny rainbow created by the waterfall. I began to recall my memories of this world and how I ended up getting to be here. Because I selected his route, that's how I came to be here. We had so much fun in Medio. Not only the fairies, but we've even become friends. Oh my goodness! But we even became friends with Titania. Ah, reading is my strong suit. Definitely. I feel like we've gotten closer with Benny these days too.
我もそう思う。あの二人も随分と変わった。ベンニーアもそうだが、特にティターニアは
Yeah,
より
my
明る
best
い顔
friend
をす
now.
るようになった。
I wonder if she would still be like the best friend equivalent even if I didn't choose Canus's route. I don't know. She just fits the role too well. But maybe I would just come to Medio, despite being on the other routes often enough to come talk to her, potentially. Who knows? Who knows? We can see maybe on another route. Is that so? I always saw that Titania as a lively and kind person.
確かにもともと穏やかな性格だが、責任の重さに苦しみ、
I'd imagine.
塞ぎ込んでいた時期もあった。
If I was stuck to one spot and essentially the same, not only stuck to one spot, but unable to go do anything else with my life, but sit stuck to a tree, I would also feel a little repressed.
その当時を知る者からすれば、今のティターニアは
It's unfortunate she's not connected to the internet. Then she could go everywhere. That's surprising. I can't imagine Titania being repressed. So, hello. Welcome in. Exciting emotes. Exciting.
そうだな。彼女は我にアンシャンテに通うようになってから丸
You've
くなった
softened out,
という
Mr. Death Fairy Knight.
我から言わせればお互い様だ。あなたと関わるようになって彼女は見た目相応の少女らしい笑顔を見せるようになった。
She looks and acts her age now. Or maybe not. She looks a certain age and she acts a certain age, despite not, regardless if she's that age or not. I see. I'm glad to hear I'm oh my goodness. I'm glad to hear that I'm at least of some value for Titania. As he stares deeply into my eyes, oh goodness. Canus honestly and truthfully speaks from the heart. Very earnest.
改めて感慨深いな。
Sentimental?
共に我が故郷を歩いていることが。
So honest, so earnest, so honest.
ソーアン殿は堅くなに異世界へと足を踏み入れようとはしなかった。だからこそなおさらそう思う。
I see. Come to think of it, I feel like Canus seems to mention Grandpa a lot more often compared to the others. Grandpa, my predecessor, who had garnered trust from everyone as the owner of Enchante. Honest and earnest, harnessed. He's a very earnest man. We're always talking about my grandpa. I feel like I'm being compared to my grandpa a lot. Am I competing with my dead grandpa? Hey, Canus. Am I fulfilling my role as the owner of Enchante? Am I the owner that Grandpa can be proud of? My inner thoughts turned into a conversation before I know it. Perhaps he didn't see my question coming. Canus looks a little flustered for a moment, but...
当然だ。店を始めたばかりの
Oh,
頃は
perfect.
ともかく、今やあなたは
So even if I'm
So
competing with my
Antonio
grandpa,
Antonio
I'm
Master.
at least on par with my grandpa.
立派に後を継いでくれて、ソーアン殿も喜んでいると思う。
Okay, that's reassuring. I understand. I sure hope so. After that, Canus and I talk about a lot of things.
しかし、急にどうしたのだ？我と二人でここに来たいなど。
Oh, alone like this in the sunset on Valentine's Day? Oh, well, I guess it's not in the game. Valentine's Day in the game, but I wonder why we're alone. It's like it's an Otome route. I swallow hard to try and moisten my nervous, dry throat.
ことね？
Canis, do you recognize this place?
あ、 先ほども話に出ただろう。
Oh
以
yeah.
前、妖精たちがいたずらを。
Maybe not so romantic conversation. No, it's not about that. Something more recent. I finally decided to confront him. What happened to the fairy that you disposed of here? Yeah. The moment I ask him, Canus's demeanor changes and he's suddenly nervous.
切られたとは。
You want me to spell it out even more? It seems like Canus is trying to play dumb, but I think it's pretty obvious. On the way home from Titania's tea party, Neil and I happened to come by here. We saw you and tried to get your attention. Then... Death and dying. Execution! We saw you kill a fairy at this very spot. I just couldn't wrap my head around you killing a fairy that was crying in fear. I don't know why this happened. So if there's a reason, I'd like to know. The reason why someone as gentle as you had to go and do such a thing. Because it's what's expected of his, I guess, family line. And the purpose of it.
それは。
As I keep talking, Canus, who isn't very talkative, seemed unable to change the subject. Canus, you promised me, didn't you? That since I can't see your face, you'll vocalize your pains and feelings as much as possible. So, I want you to tell me. Come on, dude. Then...
必要なことなのだ。
Okay, why was it necessary?
この妖精界を守っていくために。
Canus responded quietly, yet with a tone of importance. Protect the fairy world?
そうだ。それこそが我に与えられた役目にして、死を告げる妖精としてこの世界に生まれた意味が。
You know, it's surprising that MC hasn't put two and two together sooner, to be honest. Like, it's shocking for sure, but to know that he's the fairy of death, I wouldn't be too surprised, to be honest. The fairy of death. Why must such a daunting presence exist in the fairy world? To put it frankly, the nature of this world requires it. Fairies lack a clear concept of death. And they are each blessed with eternal life. Some even live for thousands of years. However, during this eternal life, the fairy population will grow, and Media will become overpopulated. He's thinning the herd! He's culling the herd! Oh, as it say, it's behind me, causing distress to this fairy world. And that is why, just as fairies are given life, it is equally necessary to bring death. That is my duty. From the moment I was born, I have been destined to bring death to my fellow fairies. That is the fairy of death. Canus Espada.
妖精を殺すのは我がその使
So
命
do you
を果た
wait?
すための
Oh my
行為
gosh, my voice tonight. So do you wait till they're like, on your 5,000th birthday is when I'm coming for you? Do you have like a Grim do you have a book like a Grim Reaper where it's just like, oh yes, you're on my to-do list today. You're on my to-die list today. Sorry, serious moment. We gotta be serious here. The Fairy of Death. Canus was born to kill fairies? So what I saw was... you trying to control the overpopulation?
それもある。だが、より差し迫った危険を
On my to undo list. That's great too. The to die list and the to undo list they're both great lists. Both great list names. An imminent threat. What's an imminent threat? Threat? In this peaceful world of fairies? Well, he's probably the one that's been... if there is a threat, he's the one keeping it at bay. What do you mean by threat?
案ずることはない。あなたには
This has nothing to
関係
do
のない
with you.
ことだ。
Oh, thanks, Canus. Thanks. It's his usual voice. But I sensed doubt in his tone.
我が使命を果たしている限り、メディオに危険が溢れることはない。
You're shouldering
あな
all
たも安
this
全に訪れることが
and
で
not
きる。
relying on anyone. I know maybe you don't trust me 100%, but still, you told me this much. You can't tell me what the threat is? Or you don't want me to worry and be afraid of your home world again. But it's okay, I've got friends here. And I trust you, Canus. You can tell me. And
そ
so,
う深刻に捉えないでほしい。
don't worry about it.
人間界で
Don't
殺し
worry
をすれ
about
ば
it. You don't
重
need
罪
to
だ
know.
が、妖精界では必要なことなのだ。
Is that what's going to be like the plot twist? Oh, you know what? We didn't go to, well, I guess probably because he's a fallen angel, but we didn't go to the heavenly realm in Eel's chapter, nor did we go to the demonic realm in Miser's chapter. But we went to the fairy world in Canus' chapter, and then we went to the beast world in Ignis' chapter. And then we're already living in the world with Rindo, so interesting. Interesting indeed. Maybe Miser and Ela are locked rats? Maybe. Who knows? I wouldn't be surprised about Miser, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe. Or maybe just we can't go to those realms for obvious reasons. Okay, yeah, killing. But oh yeah, where is it going? I had a thought and I got distracted there. But what if the plot twist is like every other world is like killing is a necessity, or killing is like a big deal? Not like a big deal of like, but like it's a way of life. Because in the beast world it was like that too, and now Kana is saying that in the fairy world, him killing is a necessity. So, I don't know. Maybe I'm just thinking too deep into it here. Maybe the lore of this Otome game is not as deep as I am trying to pin it to be. What if Miser's Realm is the only one that doesn't require killing? That would be like a plot twist. That would most certainly be a plot twist. I'm going to err on the side of no with that. Like, I would love for that to be, because I believe at some point they said there's like a war or something going on. I can't quite remember, but I feel like at the very least there's some sort of discord happening in the hellish realm he's from. That would be really funny though. It'd be like, oh my gosh, this scary, dangerous world, you know, hell in itself, terrible. Then we get there and it's like, oh yeah, these are the nicest, like friendliest people you're gonna ever meet, and this is like the safest realm you could possibly go to. Those were the same words Mr. Rindo said to me. Different worlds hold different values.
つまり、あなたが見たそれは、我にとって日常に過ぎぬ。
Yeah, I guess so. But the reason why I can't just let go of isn't because of the act of killing, but you say it's daily life. But why is it that you were in such pain? As if he was choking on something. His painful tone of voice inevitably worries me. Hell is the worst of all the realms, gets to hell. Oh hey, why don't we go around and say a little something about ourselves? No! Self-introductions. Socialization. Socialization where we have to get to know everybody in hell. Oh no. Truly is hell here. What's your favorite thing to do in your downtime? I suddenly can't remember anything I like to do in my downtime. Socialization. Socialization. I can't blend that. Socializing. Socializing. Is whenever I talk to you, is that socializing? Is that socialization? Yeah, I knew what it was, but I couldn't quite articulate all the sounds with my mouth. I think I got it now. Socializing. Socialization. But yeah, whenever I talk to you, Soph, is that socializing? Okay. see here. Next one. I don't know if he broke Kyo. I don't know what Kyo's doing right now.
苦しそうも何も我の顔は見えていないだろう。
Oh, I can read your body language, dude. Especially after like being around you for so long. I can kind of figure out what you're putting, what emotions you're feeling. I don't need to see your face. I've been so good, doing so good about that. You have been doing so good about that. You and Arya both have been really great about that, to be honest. I've been waiting for a slip. I've been waiting for a slip because it's bound to happen. Hugh and I are just too similar. The similarities are very high, considering most of my knowledge stems from her memories. Okay. You're right. I can read his body language, so like this is not anything new. I don't need to see your face. No, I can't, but I can still tell. Because I've spent so much time with you at Enchante. So I know when you're suffering. That you're in pain. That you're in agony. Agony. I don't even... Okay. I don't know why. I've seen that movie one time. One time! I've seen that movie one time, and anytime I see the word agony, I just think of that bit from... Oh my gosh, was it... Is it called Into the Woods? It was, at the very least, I saw a Disney musical movie where it's just like, agony, far more greater than yours, or something like that. I can't quite remember. And people used to think my brother and I were twins. We're 4 years apart, but our mannerisms and appearance were alarmingly similar. I had... Okay, I didn't have. Kyo did. Kyo looks distinct from her siblings, but her and her next youngest sister would occasionally be confused for twins, despite not looking very twinny and being a few inches apart from each other. And I don't know, people would think they were twins, and it's like I could see, yeah, definitely siblings, you know, definitely sisters, but twins, that's reaching. That is just strange because they look distinctly different.
我は以前言ったはずだ。自らの気持ちを正直に声に出すよう。
Yes, and I'm glad you
今後
do.
は努めると。
But that's why I'm concerned about you, Canus.
その我自身がこう言っているのだ。我はいちいち義務になど心を痛めたりはしないと。
Press X to doubt. Press X to doubt. But
ならば。
Another CG. Wonder how many CGs we're gonna get.
我
It
を
seems like
見
they're
ろ。淡きこと。
wow. Hi, I'm looking. I'm looking. Commanding. Oh my gosh. As I try to plead with him, Canus takes off his helmet and cuts me off.
見えるか。見えまい。
You can't see my face, so you can't understand me.
我が今どんな顔で言葉を紡いでいるか。あなたに見ることができるのか。
No. Well.
それが我とあなたを隔てる壁。人間と人外の壁だ。苦しんでいる。辛く思っている。何をバカな。そんなものはあなたの思い違いだ。
Yeah, just my imagination. Sorry for trying to empathize with you and care for you.
それに我は人間たるあなたにそんなことを理解してくれ。
Canus! No, don't do that to me. That's so rude. I thought we'd grown closer over these last few months of me taking care of the cafe. You don't want me to empathize with you?
忘れるな。我は
Are you trying to purposely be
あ
like
なた
real
の理解
brash
が及ばぬ
to
世界に
put
生き
me
る。
off and so I don't pry any further and get myself hurt? Canus continues to bombard me with reality checks and I'm speechless.
人間界の常識で語るな。 人間界の尺度で考えるな。
Okay, like, I see that, and that's why I'm not going to criticize you for having to kill people. But at the same time, especially just talking to you, you display human-like emotions as well, and that's why I'm trying to level with you here, dude, okay?
我とあなたは所詮アンシャンテという一点でつながっているだけに過ぎぬ。だからこれ以上は我に踏み込むな。
Well, yeah, Grandpa was hands off,
ソー
though.
アン殿はそう。
Grandpa never came to your world, Canus, okay? Joke's on you, Canus. I heart or I hurt myself on my own plenty. Joke's on you, Canus.
アンシャンテはあの場所は来客を温かく迎え入れ、しかし各々の事情へは踏み込まぬ。それが我の望むアンシャンテだ。
That was a weird one. Maybe it's because it's Valentine's Day. Autocorrect was like, ah yes, we're gonna put this in. Or if you're typing on your keyboard, it's just like your fingers are like, ah yes, I must put this word in. That is tangentially, that is related to today. Canus.
ゆえにそれを変えるような真似はしないでくれ。
Excuse me, sir, but I hate to break it to you, the cafe's under new management. We still welcome our guests warmly, but at the same time, the handful of guests that we do have, we invest in. Just because my grandpa did not want to have to come to your world and he was a scaredy cat doesn't mean I am. A clear-cut rejection. And a painful reality. Right, today's Valentine's Day! Wow, Canus! First thing on Valentine's Day. That's so unromantic of you, sir. But Canus wants out of Enchante. What? Of the Enchante I took ownership of and run now. To protect Soan Awaki's Enchante the way it is. How ironic. I wanted him to speak his mind more often, but the moment he starts doing that, I end up getting my feelings hurt. I thought that if I spoke up and asked that I would get closer to Canus. I thought we could understand each other. Understand each other better if we spoke our minds honestly, regardless of being human or non-human. Canus's words are painful to hear. I feel a hot tear fall upon my cheek. At the sight of me crying. Canus, emotionless, turns his back to me and walks away. Canus! Canus! I want to go home now. Canus! Wow, right off the bat, making me cry and then just leaving me. I'm ready to go home, Canus. You're being mean. Dead silence. I cannot find the strength to wipe her tears. I turn my back against Kotone and keep walking. Then I eventually stop. The only sound I can make is my usual hollow breathing. I never wanted her to see me. And I never wanted her to know. She's been living a quiet, meaningful life. She's a gentle soul. I didn't want her to witness me doing what I must on my death-ridden duty.
No.
I look up at the sound of shuffling bushes.
Venia.
Oh, is Venia actually going to come in and be like, hey, watch it, Buster? That would be kind of funny, to be honest. Or is he going to be like, watch it, Buster, because that's my sister's friend. That's someone that brightens my sister's life. Don't you hurt her feelings. Or is it going to be the opposite where it's like, now she can never come back because she's witnessed the truth? I'm getting ahead of myself here. Let's just listen. Just like the first time he invited her to this world. Venia walks away before I can answer. As I follow behind Venia, the Queen's throne eventually appears.
どうしたんじゃ、カヌス。今日は一
Did
日
he
琴音と過ごす予定ではなかったの
did,
か？
did Canus take me home? Or did Canus just leave me? Did you just leave me by myself? And bro, not only do you hurt my feelings, but you leave me to fend for myself?
いや、我はあなたが我を呼んでいると言われ、ここまでやってきたのだが。
ああ、それなら嘘です。
That was a lie.
何？
The Chancellor of the Fairy World speaks with no shame. Many of them turns to face Titania.
陛下、アンシャンテのマスターがカヌスの妖精殺しを目撃しました。
何？
ベンニア、ティタニアに伝える必要は。
Oh my gosh, she's getting loud. Canus, calm yourself. Benny did not flinch from objection. He firmly faces forward, towards Titania. Her childlike features distort as she speaks.
そうか。見られてしまうか。
異分子を招き込んだままにその使命を果たし続けていたのです。この結果は遅かれ早かれ予想できたこと。ただまあそれに関しては事態を理解した上で忠告していなかった僕にも責がありますが。
It's fine, everyone. Calm down.
それで琴音とは話したのか？
Yeah, and he's being a dick about it. Titania looks concerned. She too has become close with Kotone. She must be curious how Kotone reacted since she knows because she now knows of the fairy world's secrets. However,
人間界の常識で語るな。人間界の尺度で考えるな。我とあなたは所詮アンシャンテという一点でつながっているだけに過ぎぬ。だからこれ以上は我に踏み込むな。少なくともソーアン殿はそうだった。
I tried to say something, but in the end I simply could not. And as if she took noticing of my suffering, Titania too did not speak any further. Mania watches as we stand in silence, ever so calmly.
やはり嘆くだけなのですね。不服に思うのであれば帰ればいい。不満に思うのであれば拭えばいい。なぜ現状を受け入れるだけなのですか？
A cold rage. There is a subtle tone of hatred as he speaks.
本当はあなたたちも今のままでは何も解決しないと分かっているのでしょう。
Well, Benny was not the person I thought would be the one pushing it in one direction or the other. In all honesty, I would not have said that from the beginning when we met him.
嘆いたところで世界は何も変わりはしない。嘆いたところで妖精を殺さなければいけない。嘆いたところで姉さんに自由は訪れない。
やめろ、ベンニア。
Benny, like, I'm gonna push all the buttons, because I can.
そのようなこと言われずとも理解している。
However,
これは我がなすべきことなのだ。我がやらなければこの妖精界そのものが。
その妖精界のためにどれだけの献身をするつもりで？
my heart and my soul belongs to the fairy world, because it's my destiny.
あなたが同胞を殺すことでこの世界は世界中は何かを返してくれましたか？むしろ今回のようにあなたを苦しめるばかりではないですか？
もとより見返りなど求めていない。ただ我は。
Oh, I was about to say, life's about give and take. For every reaction, there's an equal and opposite reaction. There should be something you reprint, but that's just human world logic. I shouldn't say anything about human world logic here in the fairy world to you, Canus. My apologies.
使命を果たしているだけですか？ カヌス、あなたは今後も妖精を殺した直後、アンシャンテに何食わぬ顔で出向き、何の罪もない妖精たちを殺めたその手で変わらず彼女に触れていくのですか？
ニーヤ、なんてことを。
Like I said, he's Vinny out here like, ah, I'm going to push all the
僕は
buttons.
事実を言っただけです。
Yeah, just like you were, Canus. I'm simply stating the facts of what this is.
ですが、その手から罪は拭えずとも、これ以上手を汚さない方法ならある。
何？
カヌス、姉さん、100年ほど前にあなたたちに持ちかけた話を覚えていますか？
What did you present 100 years ago? 100 years ago. It does not immediately ring a bell, but Titania, on the other hand, instantly grasps what Vinny is hinting at and turns pale.
なぜ今さらその話を蒸し返す。ならぬ。絶対にならぬぞ。
どうしてです？
どうしてだと。
The atrocity?
そなたはかつての悲劇を忘れたとでも言うのか。そなたと同じことを考えた。カヌスの先代がそれを実行した結果、何が起こったのか、そなたもその目で見たであろう。
Memories suddenly fled in my mind. Memories full of terrified screams. Memories of constant killing. Oh, just like really culling the herd? Like just all out instead of keeping it in check, just really thinning it out so I don't have to deal with it for a long while? I suppress these painful memories as if to crush them in my palms.
我もそれだけは反対だ。先代の死を告げる妖精、彼女がなそうとした行為だけは決して認めてはならぬのだ。
確かにカネス一人だけでは可能性は低いのかもしれません。
We're all being very vague about what this all fully is.
ですが、今ならできるはずだ。
You've
あ
brought
なた
this.
がこの妖精界、
Why am I involved
そ
in
の
this?
鍵を招き入れたのだから。
I don't want to be involved in killing.
何？
アンシャンテの常連、
Oh.
各世界
Never
最
mind,
強
then I
と
wouldn't
歌われる実力
Bold
者
of me
た
to
ち。
assume that I was any part of this. I'm just a human from another world.
彼らの力を借りれば。
Honest, don't. We're not going to do that. Let's not wipe the face of
Masaka.
fairy kind
Benia.
almost off the world.
お前がアンシャンテに出入りするようになった
Oh no.
本当の目的は？
ええ、アンシャンテの常連たち。その戦力を見定めるためです。
Are you the fairy Nick Fury? You're not gathering the Avengers, you're gathering like the opposite of the Avengers. We're not here to save the earth from otherworldly beings. We're here to destroy a world with otherworldly beings.
ですが、僕がそんなことをせずとも、彼らの実力は他でもないあなたが一番理解しているのでは？
確かに彼らのことは我も信頼している。その各々が実力者だとも承知している。だが
No, I can't ask my friends to come wipe my species off the face of the earth. Still I worry. I look up and trace the stems that bind Titania to the tree.
この世界中の脅威は彼らの予想や実力すらも上回るものかもしれんのだ。
Oh my gosh, he gets excited, he gets loud.
わずかでも失敗の可能性がある以上、そして確実に甚大な被害が出る以上、お前の提案に断じてうなずくわけにはいかぬ。
I exclaim, yes, I'm very well, he exclaims. He talks quiet. Like, he talks about on par with my voice. Okay, it looks like it anyway. It looks like he talks on par with my voice for most part, and then anyone that gets excited, just even a little bit, it's suddenly like up here and it's peaking, and it's like, oh god, please stop. As if as if to stop him, but oh no. He already thought Venia was out here doing a good thing, and now it's like, no, we should never trust Venia.
失敗の可能性被害が
Stop
出る
laughing. Stop laughing. Venia laughs at my objection.
それがなんだって言うんだ
See, even when Venia is shouting, it doesn't get as loud as Canus does. What is with this audio mixing? He explodes in utter rage.
あなたたちは被害者だこの忌々しい世界に世界中に運命を縛られた被害者なのに世界中にいいように利用されてただ搾取されるだけの存在なぜそんな理不尽を許容するなぜ悲劇から脱しようとしないなぜ現状維持に逃げようとする
Because atrocities on everybody else is going to fix that problem? I don't know if I believe that, much less, I don't know, there's kind of a, what's the word? The decision between the greater good, morally at least, what you feel is the greater good. Plus, both of these two seem like the type of people that just like, it's fine, I'm just going to bury my emotions deep down, and I'm not going to complain about it or ask anybody for help.
世界を変えるためのこれが最初で最後の希望かもしれないんだぞ
Granted, I also don't know what the full plan on that is, considering they've been so vague about what this idea was from hundreds of years
あ
ago.
なたたちの宿命を考えれば多少の犠牲など捨ておけばいいああそうそう姉さんを犠牲になり立つ世界の住民などいくら消えたところで構いはしない
Alright, hold your horses there, sir.
いや
Hatred toward the world. Hatred toward the world tree. Hatred toward what gives his sister life. The emotions deep down inside of him convince him that the best path to take is the path that my predecessor once took. All in the name of escaping a cruel reality, no matter how many lives are at stake. Despite the sincere candidness,
我にはできぬ今以上に殺すことは我には
I cannot allow myself to choose the path of numerous deaths.
ニーヤもうよいそなたの思いはよくわかったけれどどうかもうこれ以上はやめておくれ当然そなたはわしにとって一等特別じゃがこの世界に生きるすべての妖精たちもまた同じように大切な存在なのじゃ
Your sweet little Nia's gonna pull out knives and start shanking some people. Start shanking some berries.
それを礎にしてまでわしは自由を得とうないそれに何よりそなたとカヌスが言い合う姿などわしは見たくないのじゃ
Venia's sister and the queen. After seeing the world tree bride's tears.
あなたに少しでも期待した僕が愚
Like
か
I
でした
said, Venia's out here about to shank some
何
bitches.
が騎士だ普段守る同行と言っているくせに
Venia expresses contempt as he looks at his feet. I'm unable to respond.
すまぬ
All I can do is muster an apology as I walk away. And perhaps Kotone, who I had rejected, she's probably overwhelmed by the same feeling of disappointment at this point.
世界樹からの解放。夢見たことがないかと問われれば。
姉さん。
じゃが、どうしてもわしは恐ろしいのじゃ。そなたの案を実行した結果、どれほどの妖精たちが犠牲。
Oops. Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off, Titania. What's shaken?
なんじゃこの揺れは。
わからないけど、これはただごとじゃ。
大変よ、女王様。ベニ
Here, I'm gonna turn the volume down just a little bit. Put that there and see, because it seems like they're getting really loud for whatever reason. Trouble,
世
trouble,
界
what's
樹
going
の
on?
幹の近く、ここよりもっと下の根の部分に
What are they doing?
とっても大きな、見たこ
Oh,
と
a
も
sink,
ない穴
giant
が開いてる
sinkhole.
の。穴、まさか。
ホールが発生したのか。だがこれほどの揺れを起こすホールなどメディオでは今まで。
Oh. Oh, if she's connected to the tree, she probably feels all the like damage the tree
姉
feels.
さん。
女王様。これは世界樹。
姉さん、姉さん。
Collapses. Drama.
揺れが止まったわ。ねえ、女王様は大丈夫？いきなり眠っちゃったけど。
Yeah, I fell asleep.
心配いりません。他の妖精たちの様子を見てきてください。もし混乱しているようなら、もう大丈夫だと伝えて構わない。
わかった。女王様のことはお願いね。
さあ。
Benny really out here like this is my motive. This is my motive to go kill everybody.
改めて恨むぞ。世界中。お前はやっぱり僕にとっては敵。
Oops, cut him
お
off.
前が姉さんを殺すというのなら、僕はどんな手を使ってでも。
This is the motive. Five days have passed since that day. Embarrassingly enough, I've been absent-minded ever since. Now we could have a flashback.
我とあなたは所詮アンシャンテという一点でつながっているだけに過ぎぬ。だからこれ以上は我に踏み込むな。少なくともソーアン殿はそうだった。
Canus's words cut deeper than anything I'd ever heard. And Canus himself hadn't visited the cafe since. Even if he did visit, what sort of face should I make as I welcome him? The separator between humans and non-humans. Owner and customer. Personal matters not meant for others. Kotone's my Enchante. So on Albaki's Grandpa's Enchante. I hadn't been able to get thoughts like these out of my head. Then one day,
それでもうほんとあっちこっちが大騒ぎで俺も生きた心地がしなかったんすよ。
相変わらずアホなことやってんな、お前は。
アホってなんすか。こちとらザコは
Yes,
ザコなりに一
we
生
know
懸
you're
命なんすよ。
incredibly desperate and incredibly stupid, incredibly obnoxious.
はい、これ注文のアイスコーヒー。イグニスは炭酸のおかわりね。
お、どうもっす。しかし
ドローミスは毎度ベスティアでの闘争に巻き込まれる割によく生き残っている。戦闘力が低いという点との矛盾が不思議ですね。
These are regeneration
もし
powers.
再生能力などを有しているのですか？
No, I'm gonna attribute to, like, you know how they say idiots don't catch colds. He's surviving by the literal most dumbest luck possible.
あ、なるほど。
Oh
じゃ
yeah.
あちょっと潰してみようか。
We cram him into a box, the smallest box we can find, and then go kick him back to Bestia?
なーにを、あ、楽しそうみたいな顔してんすか。
I'd
ほ
join
ん
in
と
that.
こういう時だけは魔王っすね。
As the owner of this establishment here, I approve I approve of these activities.
ミシェル、いる。この辺下げるよ。
はいはい、ありがとう。
Karya's keeping my cafe afloat while I'm going through things right now. Thank you so much, Karya. Such a good boy. Such a good kid.
ねえ、ひどいっすよね、店主さん。俺めっちゃ頑張ってると思いません？
I have nothing to say on the matter. Oh, yeah.
え、反応薄っ。兄貴、店主さんどうしちゃったんすか？なんか注文取る時からっていうか、なんなら店に来た時からよそよそしいっつうか。
Why are you asking him versus asking me, dumbass?
なあおい、ことね。
With his chin resting in his palms, Agnes's fussy voice reaches me. What is it? Without looking in his direction, I respond with a tight voice.
お前、確実に俺たち全員避けてるよな。なん
I cut him off. Sorry. I'm avoiding talking to you by cutting you off. I'm sorry, Agnes.
まあそっちの事情もあんだろうしよ。とりあえずはほっといたが、そんな状況、今日で5日目
5
だぞ。
days. Yeah.
だから、もうめんどくせえし、直で聞く。お前、カヌスとなんかあったろ。
Yeah, well. Why? I thought I was doing a decent job of hiding it, but I guess my poker face isn't the best. You're also kind of acting out of the norm, and they're gonna notice that. Because, like I said, I thought we all had a stronger connection to other more than just owner and customer.
カヌスは一回も来店してないし。
さらに言えば態度が急変したのはカヌスと二人であなたがメリオに向かった日からです。
どれだけ鈍感でも原因はそこだって気がつくと思うよ。
我とあなたは
Stop! Why are we
アンシャンテ
flashbacking
と
to
いう
this
一点
again?
で繋がっているだけに過ぎぬ。
I don't want to flashback to this again. Stop!
だから
Canus!
これ以上は我に踏み込むな。
At least pick a different piece of that particular scene. Don't say the same things over and over. Don't interfere with people's matters. Canus's words had cut incredibly deep, and I've been avoiding people because of it. But if it was so painful for Canus to talk about, the mere thought of it prevents me from talking about it with everyone.
やっぱそうじゃねえか。その面が何よりの証拠だよ。
よければだけどさ、俺たちにも話してみない？
I have a feeling these guys are a lot more reasonable, Kotone. You should talk to them about it.
一人で抱えてるだけじゃ解決しないかもしれないけど、せっかくここには心強いメンツがいるんだし、それに君の問題はアンシャンテの問題。アンシャンテ
You
の問
guys
題
are so
は
much
俺
nicer.
たちの問題ってね。力になれることがあるかもしれないで
But
し
I
ょ。
have a feeling a lot of you would also do the same of like, I've got my own problem. It's not Enchante's problem. It's not your problem, Kotone. Don't worry about it. Don't think about it. It'd probably be the same. In response to those kind words, well, I had no other choice but to explain everything that had happened. Like witnessing Canus murder a fairy, and hearing the things that Canus told me, After I share everything I had to share.
なるほど。聞いた限りだとちょっと厄介な感じだね。
世界を守るために妖精を殺すね。つうか箱入りもそれ見てた
I
の？
watched him have a
実際の
fairy
とこどうだったんだよ。
midair.
その行為自体にそれほど特殊性があったとは思いま
Exactly, I was
せ
about
ん
to say,
が、
okay, like
カヌスの言葉
if
か
this
ら
is your
予想
world
す
and what
る
your
に
world's gonna do, I'm not gonna judge you for it. Like it's what's needed and what's you know. Then you had to go be rude about it, Canus.
妖精界もただ平和な世界ではないということなのでしょうね。
I also talked to Rindo about it, but it sounds like even the GPM doesn't have enough information about Medio.
となると現状手がかりはなし。妖精女王であるティターニアなら
They're actually
当
gonna
然何か
share
知って
anything.
る
That's
だ
the
ろう
thing,
け
though.
ど、事情が事情だ。聞い
Yeah.
たところで話してくれるかはわからないよね。
Then, just as the crew falls into silence, Kairi takes the opportunity to speak up.
あのさ、その事情俺
Oh,
少しはわかるかもしれない。
oh yeah. You do? Really?
多分だけどね。どこから話せばいいかな。
Then Kairi begins to slowly talk, as if he were trying to piece together his memories little by little. Remember the other day? I told you about this Kotone. That I was going to talk to my parents about myself? So, just the other day, I finally got around to talking with my parents. Until then, I only told them that I have some mysterious powers, but the fact that I'd gone through ancestral relapse, I told them everything I knew. At first they were, as one would expect, very confused, but I shared with them the GPM documents and demonstrated my powers for them. Ultimately, they believed me. So I proceeded to ask them about my roots, in other words, about my ancestors. Then my parents went out of their way to contact my biological parents who abandoned me, and researched my family tree.
そしたらどうも俺のばあちゃんの母さん、ひいばあちゃんが変わった人だったらしくてさ。ばあちゃんはもう亡くなってるけど、その弟大おじさんが生きてるから、ひいばあちゃんに関することを教えてもらおうと会いに行ったんだ。
Then I've lived for roughly 300 years now. The reason why I live in the countryside is because the city just doesn't suit me. If I stayed there, I would die. Apparently my great-grandmother always said such weird things as she laughed. He thought she was just joking, but because her stories were so intriguing, my great-uncle still remembers them.
その中で一番印象的だったのは、遠い遠い場所にある不思議な世界の話で。
Oh, was that... It's not Kari has been alive for 300 years. It's the grandmother has been alive for 300 years. Once upon a time, there was a kingdom made from a giant tree. Life on this big tree was comfortable, and the residents lived there happily in peace. But one day, something had happened. The giant tree, which provided benefits for the residents, that tree began to assault the residents. The momentous assault saw no end, and too many people lost their lives. At that rate, the world itself would have fallen apart. Then the residents, in order to tame the tree's rage, decided to offer a bride to their god. The effect was dramatic. Thanks to the bride devoting herself to the tree, peace returned to that world.
っていう話なんだけど。
From those who don't know anything, Arya's story may sound like any other fairy tale, but is that story about Medio?
十中八九そうだろうね。きっとカリアのひいおばあさんが人間界に迷い込んだ妖精だったんだ。であれば住人、つまり妖精を襲った大樹とは世界樹のことでしょうね。
だろうな。それよりか花嫁っつうのは何のこと？
Titania. Or at least at this point in time it is. Oh, that's right. These guys weren't around to hear it when I was on my way home from the tea party. That's probably referring to Titania. Another name for the Fairy Queen is the World Tree Bride.
ちょっと読めてきたね。カヌスが言う世界の危機っていうのは、多分あの世界樹が何かをやらかすこと。
そして妖精女王ティターニア、いえ世界樹の花嫁はそれを抑えるための生贄ってわけか。
Yeah.
ええ、それでしたらあそこまで強引に世界樹につながれる理由にも納得がいきます。ただそれがカヌスの妖精殺しとどうつながるのかは未だわかりませんね。
なんか俺は別世界の事情だからあれっすけど、めっちゃ不穏な感じがするっすね。
というかさ、それが事実だとしたらカヌスはその何かの事情が危ないって分かってたからこそ
Well, duh.
巻き込まないために
Well,
ね
duh.
あえて突き放したんじゃないの？
He still was being rude about it, though. Maybe? If so, I'm even more curious now. I wonder how Canus felt, and what he was emotionally going through when he told me these things.
さて、持ってる情報は全部まとめたことだし。ことね。ここから先は君次第だよ。
I just gotta be vigilant, huh? Huh? Up to me?
カヌスに指摘された通り、客のプライベートに首を突っ込むのは。
Okay,
店の
so
マスターとして
I've
の
got
領
to,
分を
I've got to,
超えてる。
I've got to be not the stone owner, the store owner.
この先はそうあんなら絶対に踏み込まない場所だ。先代のようなマスターとして彼をただ迎えるだけに徹するのだって悪いことじゃない。むしろカヌスが望んでるのはそっちの姿なわけだし。その上で君はどうしたい？
It's okay. The store owner can be a persona that I don, and then I can also, what's the word? I can don the store owner persona, but then I can also just be Kotone, a friend. And at that point, he can't say your grandpa would never done this. Well, my grandpa was a store owner. I'm not a store owner right now. In response to Miser's serious question. I need more time to think. Thank you, everyone. I'll put some thought into it. About how I want to confront Canus. And to make a decision. No, I'm gonna go further. That would be that smells like a bad end. 5 days prior to Kotone arriving to this resolution. After shutting Kotone away and arguing with Titania and Venia. He really did just leave me.
あなたに少しでも期待
He
して
didn't
僕
even send me
の
home,
愚か
did
でした。
he?
何が騎士だ。普段守る同行と言っているくせに。
Me just having to go crying to myself,
今はもう
sitting on the ground with my knees to my chest,
So
waiting at the
姿
door
する。
for Canus to let me go home because I can't
痛くない。
take myself home. Gosh, Canus. After Venia expressed his contempt and hostility toward me, I walked away. Without anywhere to go, I wound up at this place. This is where Kotone and I became more open with one another. A sorrowful breath spills from my invisible mouth. I realize how strange the fairy world is after spending time in the human world. From the far visible horizon to this very spot, everything in between is part of Yggdrasil. This tree is the cause of all suffering, and the cause of the rift between Kotone and I. It might be a catalyst, but you're the one that caused the rift between us, bud. Don't blame it on the tree. The tree didn't say anything. The tree didn't do anything. You're the one that decided to cause the rift. Distancing myself from her that day should have been the right choice. If she learned of my situation, I'm sure she'll be hurt and try to help. As a result, this painful reality will cause more harm. Worst case scenario, her life will be in danger. It is a very real possibility. That is right. I was right to make that decision. Regardless of the fact that I can never go back to Enchante ever again. I have to return to my original self. I should just get over it. But
なぜここまで胸が突き放しておいて彼女に会いたいと思ってしまうんだ。
listen to your heart, Canus. I have no idea where these emotions are coming from. Despite being faceless, I thought I was able to read my own emotions. The only thing that comes to mind is...
琴音は困っていないだろうか。
No, I'm not. You left me to fend for myself after talking real briskly to me, make me cry, and just head off on your own.
買い出しの手が足りずに一人で重い荷物を持っていないだろうか。
That's what you're worried about.
裏庭の手入れまで一人でこなそうとしていないだろうか。また休むのを忘れ働きすぎてはいないだろうか。我の言葉のせいで一人部屋で泣いてはいな
Well,
いだろうか。
you could come remedy most of those situations pretty easily, Canus. Stream is acting up, isn't it? It's leveled out again. I don't know why it got angry there. It keeps flashing yellow and red. The separator between humans and non-humans. I'm the one trying to break the separator by constantly thinking about her.
我はこの先どのような思いで己の使命を全うすれば。
Oh. I instinctively braced myself against the sudden quake. But before I can survey my surroundings, the quake quickly calms.
今のはそれに先ほどの何かが脈打つような音は。
As I sit in my confusion, the fairies seem to be panicking as well. The tiny fairies are speeding their way toward the nexus of Yggdrasil, toward Titania. And the moment they seemingly reach the trunk of the tree, a portion of it transformed into an odd shape. Ew. It swallows the tiny fairy's body whole. Ooh. Contrary to my surprise, the bizarre creature fuses itself back into the tree. Oh boy. At the sight of this, I feel as though all of my blood in my body has escaped.
バカ。しばらく先のノルマは必要な妖精殺しはすでに果たしていたはずだ。
Well...
だというのになぜそれ以上の養分を求めるのだ世界中よ。
The world tree hungers for more, Canus. Chapter 3. A quake strong enough to shake all of Medio, and Yggdrasil's devouring of fairies. Something is definitely happening. Even as I run, I carefully keep an eye out for any other abnormalities, but so far, outside the confusion among the fairies, there's nothing unusual. And by the time I rush over, an exhausted Titania is being nursed by Venia. Gambaru, Titania. Gambaru.
ティターニア。
カナス、案ずるな。少し体が重いだけじゃ。
It does feel a little awkward coming back after Venia told me he did not want to see me. But right now is not the time for more arguing. Venia silently reacts to my inquisitive look.
ごく短時間だったようですが、世界樹の根に近い箇所でホールらしきものが開いたと報告がありました。それもどうやら世界樹の幹をえぐり取るような形で。
I also witnessed a tree eat a fairy.
宣告の振動はそれが原因か。ではティターニアのその様子、世界樹が彼女の命を。
ええ、損傷を受けた世界樹が傷を癒すために補填したんでしょう。
Okay, wait a second. Why Yggdrasil and the world tree are the same thing, right? It's wounds. Heal it wounds? What wounds does it have? Oh, okay, so like a wormhole opened up because wormholes be like that sometimes. And the tree was damaged, and so the tree is like, ah, man, let me heal myself. Steals life from Titania to heal myself. Okay. Yes, okay, there we go. That makes more sense.
それにこのホールの影響が偶発的な事故だと嘆いたところで世界樹が理解を示してくれるはずもない。きっと世界樹は考えるでしょうね。500年前のあの
It
時と
might have
同
already
じく
started.
外部からの攻撃だと。
The same as 500 years ago. If so, what is bound to happen?
わしは心配いらぬ。だが
I'm
問
gonna
題
be so
は
sad if Titania
ここ
dies.
からじゃろう。このまま影響がわしのみで済むならば。
You're not allowed to die, though. I'm telling you right now, you're not allowed to die, Titania.
いや、残念ながらすでに遅いようだ。
I tell them of what I saw earlier. Yeah, this real slimy tentacle like growth appeared on a tree, ate a fairy, and then sunk back into the tree like it never existed. And the two of them grow pale.
妖精が世界樹に食われた。ちょっと
Yeah. Unfortunately, I witnessed that with my own eyes.
ああ、間違いない。
確かニエは1週間前に捧げたばかりでしたね。
Yeah. The tree hungers for more. Right. Normally Yggdrasil would be satiated for at least a month with that offering. But it continued to feed. Which can only mean one thing.
足りぬ。単にそういうことなのだろう。
It requires more sustenance.
宣告起きたという幹への影響を考えれば、世界樹としてはより多くの命を飲み込むべきと考えるのは道理。
であればどうにしろ避けられませんね。
History is
500
going
年
to
前と同
repeat
じことに
itself.
世界樹が満足するまでただ待つか。
I understand the meaning of his gaze. I shall bring death upon more fairies, as the fairy of death, and offer those lives to Yggdrasil. I understand.
どうしてわしらはただ 平穏を求めているだけだとい
Because
う
we're in a hostage situation right now.
なぜこうもうまくいか
A
ない
very large hostage situation.
恨むべきは幹をえぐり散らしたホールか、それともそれを機に動き出す世界樹か、はたまたそれらを織りなす運命か、それは僕にも分かりません。いずれにせよ起きてしまったことはもう元に戻せませんよ姉さん。悲劇は起きる。昨日までの平和が崩れ去るのがたまたま今日だった。それ
Good silence.
少し席を外します。カヌス、姉さんを任せても。
What are you gonna go do, Venia? That's what I worry about.
構わぬが
Yeah, where are you going? To an Enchante, obviously, to collect my very world adventures.
えぐられたという幹の様子を見に、正確な情報を得るためにも被害を確認すべきでしょう。
ならば我も。
結構です。あなたは姉さんの様子を。今は落ち着いたとはいえ、また倒れられても困りますから。それに二人で今一度考えるといい。どうすることが最善なのか。
わしがどれだけ心を砕こうとも
Poor Titania.
カヌスが同胞殺しの罪をかぶろうとも、たった一つの不運が、たった一つのホールのせいで、この世界中はまた悲劇を。
Once Venia walks away, Titania's voice loses some of its strength. As I recall, the reason of the tragedy, I lower my head as I once did when I made that vow to her.
我が生まれた理由はこの妖精界を守る騎士として悲劇の目を刈り取るため。
Words spill out naturally.
メディオに生きるあらゆるものへと死を告げる妖精として生まれた。
カヌス、
何が最善なのかは分からぬ。だが我がこれからやらねばならぬことは分かる。メディオに平和を取り戻すため世界中が養分を欲しているのなら、
Oh yeah, this
それ
was all cut
を
out in the
与える
beginning,
しかあ
wasn't
る
it?
まい。
すまぬ。わしが妖精女王として、いや、世界中の花嫁として、
I don't think you're to
責
blame
務を
here,
果たすこと
Titania.
ができていれば。
Even if you did quote unquote fulfill your duties, quote unquote, I don't think the world tree is that. I don't think Yggdrasil is that. I guess one, logical, two, there's not like y'all signed a contract. It's not that it's gonna stay like that the whole time, so this is not,
謝罪の
not
必要
on
など
either
な
of
い。
you, to be honest.
我のやることは変わらぬ。いつも通りのこと。そう。これは我にとってただの日常だ。
Yes. I feel like I've said something similar to her. You say it's daily life, but why is it that you're in such pain?
違う。我は何も苦しんでなど。
It's not like I'm in pain or anything, Baka.
カヌス、
いや、支障ない。我は早速行動に移る。ある程度の時間の後、報告に戻る。
I exit the Nexus and I'm overwhelmed by the amount of blood red foliage. Foliage? Foliage. Not foliage. Foliage. Can you really do it? The leaves shuffling in the wind ask me. Those innocent fairies. And even more so, your own heart. Can you really do this? Well, can you, Canus?
マドーナ、カヌスエスパーだ。
I swing at the shadows formed by dawn, and continue walking with my sword in hand. Do not think of it. Not now. Do not give in to Kotone's kindness. The only time I should be thinking about her is when I'm at the cafe. For now, just focus on the task at hand. Right. Don't think about it. Once this is all over, I can take the time to determine whether I have the right to see her with all this blood on my hands. That day, Kariya Abe is visiting the GPM headquarters for his scheduled testing. The testing concluded without issue, and on the way home,
ああ、そうだ、カリア
it's
君。
you.
これからアンシャンテへ行くのかい？
Probably, yeah.
そのつもりだけど、ひょっとしてまた今日もミシェルたちの体の一部をこっそり取ってこいとか言う。
またとはなんだね。まるで僕がマッドサイエンティストみたいじゃないか。
Isn't that what you are, though?
いや、むしろそうとし
It's
か
the
思っ
only
て
way
な
I
いけ
can
ど。
see you.
まあ、彼らの研究もしたいところだが、今回の要件はだね。リンドウにこれを渡してほしいんだよ。
何これ？メモリ？
A hard drive? That's not a hard drive. That's a you could call it a flash drive. It's not a hard drive, though.
世界樹についての追加報告書さ。つい先ほどようやくまとまってね。
Oh right, they got that flower sample. Rindo brought back those samples, those flora samples.
それなりに重要なことが書かれているから忘れずに渡してくれると助かるよ。いや、それにしても妖精界メディオがあんな危険と隣り合わせの世界だなんてね。カリア君、君も訪問の際は気をつけたまえよ。
え？
さーて、それじゃクーちゃん、仕事終わりにちょっと早めのディナーと行こうか。
Okay, good.
どこのレストランがいいかな。
Just skedaddle,
やっぱり
please.
夜景の
Just
綺麗
skedaddle.
な。
あ、待った待った。ミカドさん、その話詳しく聞
Just
きた
go
いんだけ
go
ど。
take the thumb drive to Rindo. I would much rather talk to him than Mikado.
お？ああ、やっぱり妖精の端くれとしては気になるかい？
In response to Karya's momentous inquiry, Mikado speaks up with agreement. I'm sure you've already heard about it from Rindo, but based on my analysis, I discovered that the world tree of the fairy world Medio originates from plant life on Earth. The Sigillaria? Sigillaria. That is a species of the ancient tree Yggdrasil is closely related to. The Sigillaria itself has been long extinct, at least in the human world, but... However, even in the present day, various related species still exist, so it's undoubtedly a human world plant. In other words, no matter how much has changed due to the effects of the fairy world... Oh, it's like a supercharged, just magic-filled human world plant that's in the wrong universe, huh? The basic biological characteristics, receiving sunlight, conducting photosynthesis, and requiring nutrients from land and water, should be no different from regular plant life. In fact, no matter how we look at it, the Yggdrasil's leaves still fit with the definition of a plant. However, I've arrived at one problem. There are limits to how much a life can grow. One of the theories, the extinction of dinosaurs, explains the difficulty of nourishing their giant bodies. Then what about the world tree? Even if Medio has distorted its growth, it's hard to believe a world-engulfing plant can sustain itself with just water and sunlight. In which case, there's only one thing I can think of. Yggdrasil undoubtedly receives nutrition externally. If so, what does the world tree feed on? Considering it sits at the top of the food chain in Medio. I think you get it now. That's right. Basically, the entire world of Medio, the home of the fairies, is probably Yggdrasil's feeding ground. Dun dun dun. Information that we already knew, but rehashed for another character. It has been about a week since Canus shut me down at Medio, and the day after the regulars helped me out. Today is one of those rare days where no one has come to the cafe, so I'm in the backyard watering the plants. The showering water makes a rainbow, and I keep yawning. The colorful flowers that Canus usually waters were swaying lonesome, perhaps because he's not here. I'm going to think on it. I'm not going to give up so easily. What do I want? The answer to Miser's question hasn't arrived after a whole day of thinking. There are so many feelings of uncertainty swirling around in my heart. The moment I try to make sense of them, they crumble away like sand. The answer is within my reach. The answer is right here inside my heart. Why? Pick another part of the scene to flashback on. I don't mind getting flashbacks if we kind of mix it up a little bit. We're getting the same exact flashback over and over again. Like, just remix it a little bit. If you include this, include something else in it as well. Even so, I'm afraid of being rejected. I tear up at my weakness and cowardice. When I was a child, there were so many things I wanted to do. And I was brave enough to express myself. But that strength after graduating from school and working at a local company, and being crushed by the weight of reality slowly disappeared. And before I realized it, I was surrounded by things I didn't want. Even though I tried to avoid them, I'd forgotten my honest desires and wants of doing more. That's right. Until I took over as the owner of Enchante. I didn't just end up here. This is the place I chose. My Enchante. I repeat the words Rindo mentioned. The more I think, the more I realize Grandpa and the regulars are why I chose this place. Even when I took over, everyone encouraged me. I finally was able to reach out and do what I truly wanted to do. Will I be able to reach out again? What I want to do. That is... I want to see Canus. Vocalizing my thoughts allow me to be honest with myself. But I just can't muster up the courage to broadcast these feelings to him. These text lines are strange sometimes.
失礼。
Huh? Venia.
お邪魔してます。来店しても出迎えがなかったので、勝手に歩き回らせてもらいました。
I'm so sorry. I didn't hear the doorbell ring. I know I'm a little late, but welcome. I'll be right there once I wash my hands, so go ahead and have a seat and... What's the matter?
いえ。この場所、見事なものだと思いました。
I guess this is the first time Vinny has seen the backyard. While I watch his gently squinted gaze caress the flower bed, it feels as though I'm being praised. It's quite flattering. This flower bed's Canus' work. All of those flowers all came from here.
カヌスがこれだけの花を。それはまた顔に似合わず。いや、顔はないのでしたね。
That Canus. He does look a little intimidating, but he's actually very delicate and caring. When I first met him, I judged him based on his looks, but now I know that Canus is a very kind person. The fact that he tends to these flowers every day so they don't wither, and how the townfolk rely on him a lot, and how the children look up to him. Being able to mention any of those says a lot about his character. As I keep going on like this for a bit, Venia chuckles bitterly and squints.
あなたは随分とカヌスを観察していますね。
Indeed, I have. You think?
ええ。数百年の時を共に過ごした僕や姉さんよりもずっと彼を理解していると思います。
That's not true. The words that just came out of my mouth sound somewhat timid. Because the only Canus I know is the Canus that frequents this cafe. Whatever he's going through is something I'm not allowed to get involved with. Having said that, I'm sure Venia won't understand what I'm talking about. But I can't stay silent about it. Then...
カヌスに拒絶されたことが相当答えたようですね。
Huh?
しかしあの首なし騎士もこれ
There
以上
probably
踏
was
み
a nicer
込
way
む
to say
な
it,
な
but
ど
he's Canus.
ともっと言い方があったでしょうに。
How do you know about that? Could it be... Did Canus tell you?
いえ、見てい
No,
まし
I
た
was
から。
eavesdropping.
あなたが泣くところまで一部始終。
Wow. Wow, Venia. Not paying any attention to my shock, Venia lowers his shoulders.
あなたは真面目すぎるのです。言葉のすべてを真正面から正直に受け止めすぎている。カヌスに用があるのであれば、カヌス
You
の
should
言葉など
ignore
無視
everything
して
he
やればいい。
says.
自らの希望を叶えるには行動があってこそ、そうでしょ。
I don't know. Okay, I was gonna do this anyway. I'm not doing this just because Venia said so. But I don't know if I want to trust Venia. I don't know. 'Cause he seemed really hostile against Kanna's not doing stuff earlier. I don't know if I trust you, Venia. You're kind of sus. You're more than just kind of sus. But it's not that easy. Acting without thinking will only...
では、悩んだままに現状維持に徹する方がいいと。
Those words, for some reason, sound like his temper is starting to seep out.
まったく。あなたもカヌスも姉さんも変なところがよく似ています。肝心の勇気を持つことができず、変革の痛みを恐れてその場にとどまり、事態が悪化するのを待つばかり。時間は有限だったと気づいた時にはもう遅いのに。
I know that. Staying inside my head forever won't solve anything. But if Canus doesn't want it, then I can't just ignore that.
どうしてそれがいけないのですか？
Huh?
突き詰めれば、あなたを拒絶したのも所詮はカヌスの勝手によるもの。ならばこっちも勝手にすればいい。それだけの話ではないですか。
Well, Venia's words are awfully selfish, yeah. They are, but I can't quite deny it either.
少なくとも僕ならそうしますけどね。
You would? Even if the other person doesn't want you to, you would do what you want to? Is this foreshadowing that Venia is just like, I'm going to bring all hell upon Yggdrasil myself, since Sister and Canus aren't doing shit to deal with this. I'm going to be the one to take executive action here and decide to just, like, gut the whole place.
ええ、そのつもりですよ。
Venia.
相手が望まずとも拒否しても、その道が不幸に続くと分かっている以上、たとえ嫌われようとも、僕ならばそれを止める道を選ぶ。大切な人に幸せになってほしい。 その気持ちに勝るものなど存在しないでしょ。
Even if society deems it a selfish act, Venia smiles. Unlike his usual sarcastic smile, it's a rather gentle smile.
淡きことね。あなたは違うのですか？
What do you say? Nothing comes close to that feeling. Even if they end up hating me, I would find a way to change their mind. I won't miss it. And then it comes to feeling. Do you disagree? I agree. I agree. As I vocalize my thoughts, I feel as though it gave me courage. No matter how Canus feels about me, I want to make Canus smile. I can't stand to see him not happy. Even though he's faceless, my feelings probably won't change. So I want to see him and talk to him. Not as the owner of Enchante as he wants me to be, but as myself, just ordinary Kotone. Canus, why did you push me away? I want to meet him face to face and hear him out. Once I vocalize my true feelings, the wind carried my words through the flowers. Venia, my only audience, applauds my small outburst.
まるで愛の告白ですね。
Wow.
ぜひ次はカヌスの前でどうぞ。
I will try to do that. Hey! Don't make fun of me.
何にせよ、心が定まったのはいいことです。
Where to? Well, obviously we're going to Medio.
は？何を寝ぼけたことを。当然今からメディオにですよ。
Pick up the pace,
善は急ぐとい
Kotone.
うでしょ。
Catch along, dear. Right now? Oh, wait. I need some time to mentally prepare.
不要です。 というか僕がここで帰ると、次はカリア少年が来店するまでメディオには来られないでしょ。
Well, he visits fairly often. He works here part-time. Oh, that's right.
精神力の弱いあなたはそんな時間を与えたが最後、またうじうじと悩みそうですし、決意が鈍らぬうちに行動すべきです。何か反論は？
I wanted to go see him anyway, so I guess we should just go. I can't object. It feels like I've been forced into all this, but I decide to follow Venia's suggestion and start walking. In a rush, I change into my normal clothes and leave a note to the absent regulars announcing the cafe's temporary closure. Then we make our way to the fairy world. Just as I did the first time I visited, I followed behind Venia. But unlike my first trip,
ここからミキの外周を通ります。下は見ないことをお勧めしますよ。
high up.
この先は道が分かれています。間違ってもはぐれない。
Wow, what a diligent guide.
突然笑い出してどうしたのです？
Oh, nothing. It's nothing like that. It's just that, unlike last time, you're actually paying me some attention. I just feel like, compared to when we met, we've come a long way, you know?
別に仲良くなった覚えはありません。
Everybody
道
having
に
some
迷
sort
わ
of
れると
tsundere
困る
touch
と
to
いうだ
them.
けです。
His standoffish attitude doesn't change. Still, I think he's got a little soft on me. Yeah. Even with when Venia was so cold, I've been able to get closer. So maybe I came with Canus too. As I continued thinking of that, I suddenly noticed something. Huh? Hey, Venia.
何か？
Isn't Medio awfully quiet today? Usually there are fairies flying around every which way. They would usually flock around me without having to say anything. But today, for some reason, Not a single one. Suddenly the world jolts. Ah! And with a jerking motion, sounds of leaves shuffling against each other echo in the surroundings like breaking waves. Ah! What is that?
静かに慌てないでください。
Eventually,
怖い怖い怖い怖い。逃げないと逃げないと。
we're going to be eaten. From the shaken branches, like a bird flying away, a lone fairy appears from between the leaves and soars through the sky. But in the fairy's path is a large bulging branch. Ooh. Oddly shaped in the form of a tentacle. Chomp. It swallows the fairy whole. Huh? What just happened? Venia? What just happened?
そう騒がずとも結構。僕も確かこうして直接目にすると嫌なことを思い出しますね。
Bad memories?
この先も同じようなことが起こる可能性は否定できません。なので僕から離れないように。離れた場合の安全は保証できないので。
Wait, what's happening to Medio? A flashback of the story Karya told me stops me in my tracks. But Venia shakes his head and continues walking without
危
stopping.
険を知らせぬまま連れてきたことに関しては謝罪します。ですが今この世界にはあなたの存在が必要なのです。
I knew it. I knew not to trust you. You
Canus
brought me here as a
tatakae
hostage in a way, didn't you? At the very least, you want me to convince Canus to fight. And if not, you're probably going to use me as a hostage for Canus to fight, aren't you? I don't trust you. I don't trust you, Venia. What do you mean? Even though I asked for clarification, Venia doesn't answer me. All I can do for now is follow Venia, who suggests I'll find out sooner than later. And thereafter, for better or for worse, nothing unusual occurs. By the time Venia leads me to the Nexus, there's a cool, crisp... There is a cool, crisp in the air. Another word missing. Oh. The air is cool and crisp as autumn falls upon us. Canus! Titania! The two standing at the throne gasp as they notice me.
琴音
Hi!
何？どういうことじゃ？なぜそなたがここに？
I was fetched.
もちろん僕が連れてきたからですが。いきなり掴みかかるとは穏やかではないですね、カヌス。
連れてきただと何のつもりだベンニア
This is a reason for you to do something, Canus.
今の妖精界の状況が分かっていないお前ではあるまい
ええ、だからこそ。
You needed a little push, so I brought something special to you. To you. For you to make a decision. Gosh, my model freaks out anytime I take a sip of drink. While shoving away Canus's grasping hands, Venia replies indifferently.
正直、ここ最近のあなたの様子は見るに耐えないものでした。ろくに戦えない僕でも呆れてしまうほどお粗末と言っていいでしょう。そんな状態でよくも妖精界を守ろうなどと言えたものですね。
Canus doesn't respond, as if to admit that Venia's words held some truth.
ことね、あなたにはこの後説明しますが、今このメディオは危機に陥っています。
Danger. Like what happened earlier? A quake that nearly shook the entire world. And immediately after that, a fairy was eaten by Yggdrasil.
ええ。さすがに異世界に多く触れてきただけありますね。察しが良くて助かります。
There's some bits about me that are a dumb MC. I'm not the dumbest Otome MC though.
その危機に対処するためには、
He's
カ
being
ヌ
a
スの
real
力
one.
が不可欠なのですが、故にその原因を取り除くべく、あなたにご足労を願ったのです。
Venia lightly pushes my back and I stumble forward. Canus. His expressionless helmet stares down at me. I've been dying to see him again and talk to him, but I don't know if I'm upset or disappointed. I can't find the words now that I'm here. We face each other in silence for a minute.
カヌス、あなたの不調の原因は誰よりあなた自身が分かっているはず。僕にここまでさせたのですから、早くその問題を解消することですね。
Venia says as he pushes on our backs. Venia the not-so-nice version of the now kiss meme. Leaving the worried Titania behind, he leads us away from the throne. The two of us walk the crimsoned tree. This is awkward. Really awkward. If only the others were here, at least we'd have something to talk about. But when it's just the two of us, I struggle to put words together. And by the time Canus finally opens his mouth, the splashes of the waterfall softly hit us.
驚いた。
Huh?
あなたがここに来たことがだ。
Oh, I'm sorry for showing up all of a sudden.
いや、それもあるが、あれだけ突き放したというのに、またやってくるとは。
I'm not so weak, Canus. I might have cried a little bit, but that doesn't mean I'm not coming back.
大方の予想はつく。我の様子がおかしいとベンニーヤが焚きつけたのだろう。だとしたらすまなかった。
I will make sure he's
奴には
punished
我
for
からき
that.
つく言っておく。取り急ぎ人間界へ。
You're wrong. I softly interject, as I search for the words to say to him. He said a lot of things, but they're not the only reasons. It was my decision to come here, because I wanted to talk to you.
我には話すことはない。以前すべて伝えた通りだ。
Canus.
あなたは人間で我とは違う。
Well, I'm gonna speak my
本来
mind
この
now,
場所にいるべき
Canus.
存在ではない。
That's what you have to say. Listen to what I have to say now.
だから。
But I do. I do. I have so much to tell you. So many words, so many feelings. I have so many, Canus. Every time a word leaves my mouth, Canus's flames wave. No matter how hard he tries to hide it, his body language says it all.
それは今でなくて
Well,
はならぬ
yeah,
話か。
considering you're like, don't bother me. You have no part in this. I'm gonna be like, yeah, I do. I have the
全てが
words.
終わって我がいつかまたアンシャンテへ顔を出すようになってからでは
Absolutely.
ダメなのか。今この妖精界メディオは極めて危険な状況に置かれている。それは道中であなたも気がついただろう。
Yes, but what are you gonna do about it? You haven't decided to do about anything here. And what if that means you never come back to Enchante? For reasons? Yes. I saw a fairy get eaten by Yggdrasil. And a long time ago, something similar happened, right?
なぜ
No,
それを
Claria told me.
ベンニーヤから聞いたのか。
I'm a lot more resourceful than you think I am, Canus. I shake my head in response. While you were absent from Enchante, the other patrons and I were curious about Medio. Coincidentally, Claria came out to his parents regarding his identity and was researching his origins. And as we expected, one of his ancestors was a fairy. It was Karia's great-grandmother. Then, we all heard stories that she would tell through word of mouth. That Medio's world tree terrorizes fairies. And that the one keeping the world tree at bay is the one known as the world tree bride. That bride is referring to Titania, isn't it? There's a brief moment of silence. As if to show indecisiveness, the flames on his neck wave a few times. And finally,
おおむねその認識は正しい。だがそれ
okay,
はいささか
then
古すぎ
bring
る
me
情
up
報
to
だ。
date.
当代の世界樹の花嫁はすでに世界樹を鎮めるだけの力を持たぬ。故に我が死を告げる妖精である我がその役目の一部を果たしているのだ。妖精を殺しその魂を世界中へ捧げることで。
Canus, while gazing at the waterfall mist, begins to talk quietly about the truths of the fairy world Medio and Yggdrasil. In the beginning, it started with one small seed. A seed brought from a foreign world was planted into the soil. Its compatibility with this world was good, or rather, it may have been too good. Immediately after it was planted, the tree grew at an alarming speed. It instantly surpassed the height of a human, covering the ground and reaching the skies. It swallowed the surrounding vegetation while incorporating various plants and flowers. Finally, it grew so big that it had covered the entirety of the world's surface. That is how Yggdrasil came to be. However, there was a side effect to becoming such a massive tree. Yggdrasil grew so big, it became unable to sustain itself, with only sunlight and water as energy resources. Then one day, the world tree began to consume fairies. It transformed its branches and roots into tentacles to attack the fairies and to devour them. None could escape them as long as they lived in Medio. The very branches they stood on could turn into a threat in an instant. Other healthy fairies would find this concept of death confusing. Then, 1/3 of the population had been eaten. The fairies were overwhelmed with fear. As a last resort, a sacrifice was made to tame the world tree. And that was the world tree bride. By connecting a sacrificial fairy to a device built at the nexus of Yggdrasil, the fairy's soul will be used as an efficient source of nutrition. This tactic proved highly effective. With enough nutritional supply, Yggdrasil finally ceased its attacks. Thereafter, every time a bride's soul was completely consumed, a new bride was offered. This is the self-sustaining system of Medio. That's right. The coveted title of Fairy Queen was created in order to disguise the ugly truth of sacrifice. It was merely a mask to cover up the fact that the World Tree Bride is a sacrifice. Of course, not all fairies supported the idea of the system of sacrifice. There were those who spoke out boldly against creating a world of sacrifices. How many times do you want me to say the word sacrifice? However, those voices were quickly hushed. If all it takes is a single sacrifice, and as long as they weren't chosen, it only makes sense to live this way. However, after a long history of sacrifices, there was one fairy that dared to change the world and waged war against Yggdrasil. The Fairy of Death, Banshee. The Fairy of Death that is born once in a generation. She's my predecessor. And the eldest sister of Venia and Titania, born at the same time and place as the two. After Titania took the queen's throne and offered her soul to the World Tree, she decided to fight for her younger sister and change Yggdrasil all on her own. What happened to Miss Banshee? What do you expect, Kotone?
時代の死を告げる妖精たる我が
Exactly.
ここにいることが何よりの答えだ。
In other words,
3日3晩に及ぶ戦いの末、
3 whole days.
彼女は世界中に食われて消滅した。死を告げる妖精の力をもってしても この世界樹には、世界そのものには勝てなかったのだ。
Canus says as he looks up at the sky, as if he were talking about his own defeat. No way. She tried to save Titania and fought desperately, right? Even then.
そうだな。妹を救いたかった彼女の気持ちは決して責められる類のものではない。だがバンシーはあまりに戦慮だった。自らの無謀な戦いがその後に何をもたらすかを考えていなかった。いや、あるいは
She didn't care.
考えていたかもしれないが、それでもなお煮えとされた妹のために武器を取らずにはいられなかったのかもしれない。
Banshee was in fact defeated. Despite that, she had left a deep wound in Yggdrasil, the result of which is the destruction of this dreadful system known as the World Tree Bride. Because of her attack, the throne was damaged and the bride was rendered dysfunctional. For example, Yggdrasil would normally extract 10 units of energy from the bride per month. However, after that incident, the damaged throne was clearly supplying less energy. Compared to previously, the amount of energy it was able to extract plummeted to just 1 unit per month. In other words, from a certain perspective, Banshee's resistance was not in vain, but obviously at this point Yggdrasil would not be satisfied with so little of the Queen's soul. The damaged world tree, in order to heal its wounds instinctively, just as it had ran rampant in ancient times, it began devouring fairies relentlessly. With my predecessor's death, I was born in the midst of it all. As I came into being, the first things I heard were the screams of devoured fairies. I opened my eyes and the first things I saw were the faces of the fairies drenched in despair. The Fairy of Death is born with some of the knowledge of past Fairy of Death. That was no exception for me. Without knowing for myself, but driven by the lingering memories, I gazed at the fleeting fairies, clenched my sword, and swung down. The memories were pleading with me, that even if I fought Yggdrasil, it would be impossible to defeat it. If so, as a knight that protects Medio, what am I to do? The answer I arrived at was to kill fairies with my own hands. This is the role of the Fairy of Death. By killing fairies, we return their souls to the world. Rather than Yggdrasil devouring the fairies, it is far more efficient for my killing to make the necessary offerings. In other words, the more I kill with my own hands, the less casualties we have in the end.
故に我は妖精たちを切り続けた。
I had no time to choose. No time for my heart to fight reality. As soon as I was born, I stabbed, without a sense of my own will, without knowing what I wanted to do, or what I should do. Without anybody guiding me, I cut, and cut some more. Until the Yggdrasil was tamed, I kept killing fairies. I killed, and Yggdrasil ate. Eventually, when Yggdrasil became silent, nearly a tenth of the fairy population remained. This was the cost of finally satisfying Yggdrasil. But that was not the end of everything. Yggdrasil, though it entered into a temporary dormancy, as long as the World Tree Bride was dysfunctional, Yggdrasil would one day awake. That is why, after discussing with Titania, I decided to continue killing fairies. I see a fairy, its death, and execute it. That is my life as the Fairy of Death. All is for the protection of Medio. To maintain peace in my home of Medio. My words were cut off. A moment of silence ensued as if to process the tragic story. The spray from the waterfall splashed upon my cheek like a spray of blood.
わかるか、ことね。すべてはバンシーの無謀な行動の代償。定めに抗ったゆえの悲劇。妹を救おうと思った優しく純粋な気持ちなど、もはや彼女の行動は結果としてより多くの不幸と死をまき散らした。生まれ落ちた瞬間から同胞殺しを天命とされたことをあなたが憐れむ必要はない。生きる者は皆何かしらの宿命を持つ。我
Very
はたま
sad
たま
purpose.
それだったというだけだ。
I don't think just because destiny handed it down to you doesn't mean that it's your purpose.
誰を恨むことも何を嘆くことも必要ない。生まれは選ぶことはできぬとしても、その道を歩むと決めたのは我自身。
Have you really, though? You said you literally woke up and just decided to start killing me because of the memories, and you said that without deciding for my own self, I decided to do this. Have you really chosen this path yourself?
そう、この道を選んだのは他ならぬ我自身なのだ。
Canus is satisfied with this decision. With such definite statements, I, without having first-hand experience, am unable to say anything further.
我とて弱き者を殺すためにこの剣を振るいたくなどない。大切なものを守るために振るいたい。だが今の我にできるのはこれだけなのだ。
He speaks quietly. Canus, this kind knight is trying to fulfill his role and is accepting the reality for what it is. His strength is admirable, yet somewhat dangerous.
本当はあなたにここまで語る気はなかった。それでも語ったのはこんな我を案じてここまで来てくれたあなたに対するせめてもの誠意だ。
Canus squares back up with me. Then he gently touches my tear-covered cheek.
その目だ。同情と憐憫と悲しみ。あなたにだけはそんな目で見られたくはなかった。我にとって安らぎの象徴たるあなたにはそんな目をさせたくないと思っていた。
There's no way for me to find out what sort of emotions are in Canus's eyes as he tells me these things. Whether he's crying, or grieving, or in pain, without knowing any of it.
あの優しい喫茶店で何も変わらぬままに、ただ明るく優しい瞳のまま出迎えてほしかった。だがこうして全てを知ってしまった以上、きっとそれはもう叶わぬだろう。
I always thought of Canus as a gentle person. He loves flowers and protects the weak. A person that will always lend a hand. I've always believed that. That's probably why I was so shocked to see him cutting down a fairy that day. I didn't want to believe it. I wanted to believe it was an imposter, because it just didn't match up with the person I knew very well. But I was mistaken. I placed my trembling palm over Canus's hand and touches my cheek. The gentle hand that cares for the flower bed is also a powerful hand that wields a sword. What I see is both versions of Canus. All of him.
あなたを責める気はない。だが一言だけ言わせてくれ。
The inherent kindness in the mission given at his birth. The Doulahan that carries this contradiction gazes deeply at me with invisible eyes.
ことね、どうしてここへ来た？
Because
どうして全てを知らぬまま我をあの店で出迎えてくれなかった？どうして？ どうして知ってしまったのだ。
He sounded neither angry or accusatory. Rather, his tone suggested that he's lost something dear to him. I quietly cleared my throat. In order to respond to him, I was worried. That's my instinctual response. I was worried. At the end of my internal debate, I was worried about you. What came out of my mouth was my own, honest feeling.
心配。
Yes. According to me, you're an important person. No matter what you say to me, I will worry about you, Canus.
あなたが来た理由は分かった。我を思ってくれたからこそというのは素直に嬉しく思う。だが、それでも我があなたに望むのは
Well, you're being
たっ
selfish.
た一つだけだ。
So I want to be selfish too. What is that?
あの店でいつか我が戻るその日を変わらぬ笑顔で出迎えてほしい。
Well, yeah, that can happen again one day, but until then, I'm gonna be stubborn.
ただそれだけだ。それ以上は何も望みはせぬ。
Is that really what you want from me? Isn't that what you want from Enchante? Canus shuts up as if he was calling. Ooh, my turn to call you out. I hope you cry too. And I, as if to press him further, take a step forward to close our distance. Like a mirror image to him wiping my tears earlier, I gently reach both my hands to the cheek area of his helmet. Canus. Gently, I move my hands that are placed at his cheek. And the helmet that was covering Canus's face, the helmet that Grandpa once told me to try on, fell to the ground and made a dry sound. Look. Look at me, Canus Espada.
何を
Shut up and look at me. Look with your own eyes at who's standing in front of you. You've told me once that humans and non-humans are different, that I should face that reality.
それは
And I did. Ever since that day you told me. You are a non-human and I'm a human. You are the customer and I'm the owner. There's definitely a separator between us. So when you rejected me, I kept thinking about it. During that period, I caused a lot of trouble for the regulars. I couldn't focus on my job and made them worry about me, but I decided to come see you after some thinking, and then some more thinking. Out of my own selfishness, and of my own will. Regardless of human or non-human, I wanted to come see you on my own. That's why I'm here now, looking at you. So, please look at me too, Canus. Don't look away. I'm not my grandfather. I'm not Soan Awaki. I am the owner of Enchante. Kotone Awaki. Look at me! For Canus, Grandpa's Enchante was a very important place. He grieved his death, enough to long for a replacement.
淡きことね。あなたは我に
Face reality, Canus.
現実を見据えろというのか。同胞殺しとしてメリオの者から恐れられ背を向けられる立場の我がやっとたどり着いた安息の地がもう存在しないのだと。この誰からも見えぬ瞳でその事実を見据えろというのか。
That's right. Grandpa's cafe no longer exists. Aside from Titania and Venia, Canus is feared by many of the fairies. As sure as flowers bloom in the morning, in the afternoon sunshine, or the colors of trees at sundown, or the night air chill. As the savior knight of the world, he spent his days alone, carrying his sword. Confronting such a person with reality may be cruel, but I still need to say this. In order for him to acknowledge me, I'm not my grandfather. Yeah, I knew I was competing with my grandpa. I knew it. I knew I was competing with grandpa. Look at me. Look at me. Grandpa's dead. He's no longer here. I'm here. Look at me. Look at me. I'm the captain now. As much as I want to carry on his wishes, I don't think I can fully encompass him. That's why I need you to accept me. The evolution of Enchante. Me in my cafe.
琴音。
I let go of his hand. But if I do so too brazenly, I'm afraid he'll disappear. Without stepping away from him, I place my cheek on his chest and softly speak to him. I want you to come to the cafe. I want you to come back. Not to a place where you have to hide, but a place where you can be yourself. I want to be with you where you belong. Silence ensues for a while. All we can hear is the sound of the waterfall drifting between him and I.
なんと情けない姿だ。これではあなたに会ったばかりの頃のイグニスを笑えぬな。琴音の言う通りだ。イグニス、すべてに納得する必要はない。我とて未だ心は定まらぬ。ソーアン殿の影を見てしまうこともあるが、ひとまず今はソーアン殿はソーアン殿、
Exactly.
琴音は琴音だと区別して見ることを優先すべきだろう。
Me out here my rival's my grandpa. My gosh.
まさか他の誰よりもあの店にこだわっていたのが我だったとは。
Canus places his hands on my shoulders and stares at me with such an intensity.
アンシャンテの天使というその肩書きの持つ意味に縛られ続け、我はこれまでずっと何も見えていなかったのかもしれぬ。琴音とソーアン殿ではこんなにも違うというのに。
Without breaking eye contact, he looks straight at me. Are we that different?
ああ、違うとも。ソーアン殿は大樹のように構えて同時に懐の深さを持っていたが、琴音、あなたは一輪の花のように訪れる者の目を奪い心を和ませる。
Catching the eyes of all. Yeah. That was a little too much to take in, but
店の経営感についてもまるで違う。ソーアン殿は非常に大雑把というか、その場のノリだけで値段から何から適当に決めていたが、あなたはそのあたりをきちんと考え、メニューまで細かく記載している。
that's probably the normal thing to do as an owner. I can't help but let out a chuckle. Canus and I smile. Canus and I finally smile at each other, and our smiles continue to grow.
あとは性別が違うせいか、やはり華やかさも異なると思う。
Well, you literally just called me a flower in comparison to a large tree.
ソーアン殿に比べると、琴音はずっと
Everything
華
I
奢で
do is lovable.
柔らかくて、動き一つ一つが愛らしくて。
Yeah, what?
可愛らしいのだ。
Canus! Wait. Is that really necessary right now?
当然だ。違いをはっきり見ろと言ったのはそちらの方だろう、琴音。
Yes, I did ask for it. I did, but
他には、そうだな。
I can feel Canus's gaze. It's like the time when he pretended to be asleep. But he's a lot more serious now, and oozing some sort of emotion. Canus? It's a little embarrassing to be stared at like this. Maybe that's enough for now.
断る。愛らしい目鼻立
Oh
ち、
my god.
綺麗な瞳、 うち
See,
に秘
here
め
I
た優
was
し
earlier,
さ
like, you're being so mean to me. You need to be nice to me. Now that he's being nice to me, it's like,
どうして気づけなかったのか。一人の人間としてこうしてあなたを見てみればこんなにも違うというのに。
I wonder if Canus realizes how much he's embarrassing himself. And then I'm blushing at each one of his
ソーアン
words.
殿のアンシャンテは包み込むような見守る優しさがあった。ことね、あなたのアンシャンテは共に悩み歩んでくれるような親しさを感じ
You're not just patrons there, you're my friends.
無論どちらが優れているかなどと比較できるものではないが。
Canus looks at me from a very close distance. His breath nearly touches me as he talks.
それでも我はあなたの店が好きだ。
I'm glad you like my cafe.
いや、気づいていないだけでずっと前から好きだったのだろう。
His face draws near. A subtle warmth touches my cheek. Perhaps this is because he's softly placing his cheek onto mine.
今確かに言えるのはあなたのいるアンシャンテで過ごす日々が我にとって何より大事だという事実。その日々を守りたい。その日々を失いたくない。この後メディオを包む状況がどうなるかはわからぬが我は必ずあなたの店に戻る。
Yes. I'll help you. I'm sure everyone else will as well. Miser, Eel, Ignis, Rindo, Karya, even Kororo. With all of us together, there's nothing we can't accomplish.
ああ、そうだな。早く店に顔を出したいものだ。我の愛するあのアンシャンテに。
I'm sure he enjoys the atmosphere of the cafe, but at the same time, like, what did he say here? Did he use aishiteru? Aishiteru here? Which is like the strongest form of I love you in Japanese. And not only that, but earlier, which could be used a couple ways, but he used ski to describe how he likes my cafe earlier. And it's like, it has the same feeling of, oh, I like you. I mean, I like being with you, or I like this thing that you do. Wink, wink. Definitely not you. Yeah, that's weird. I like the cafe you run. After thinking of Enchante, she's not visited in a while. Kana slightly pulls away from me, quietly looking up at the sky and starts to speak.
我はあの店に来店した時の響き渡るドアベルの音が好きだ。すぐに出迎えてくれるあなたの元気のいい声も好きだし、裏庭に咲く花々もあなたが我の育てた花を見繕って飾り立ててくれた。
Oh, I cut him off. I'm sorry, Canus. Canus's thoughts kept spewing from his mouth. So much love. Those words tickle me a little, but they're very gentle, and I love them too.
当然のことだが、あなたの入れてくれるいつものエスプレッソも好きだし、もちろん
あ
あなた自身のことも好きだ。
Huh? Stream also tanked a little bit. Stream was also thrown off. Canus tries to stop the words that spill out by covering the area where his mouth should be. But his actions further prove that what I just heard wasn't a mistake.
いや、今のはだな。こう自然と。
Natural. I suddenly hear my heart beat loudly. My breath and train of thought halt. Only the sound of my beating heart. I can't see his face. However, I can understand how Canus feels right now, and painfully so. Canus, will you say something?
確かにこの沈黙はよろしくないな。あで前期の話で構わぬか。
God damn it! Because undoubtedly, whatever's inside his chest must be the exact same warm feeling that I have.
話は終わりましたか？
Radio, gosh damn it! Nah.
ベニヤ
How long have you been there? Always eavesdropping.
答えても構いませんが、あなたが精神的な傷を負うだけかと。
I came to Media with such determination, yet my face turns so red out of embarrassment that I want to run back home instantly.
僕がどこまで見ていたのかはさておき、僕としては今の一幕について拍手を送りたい気分です。
Don't give me that shit. I'm still suspicious of you. Why an applause? Venia laughs bitterly at my piercing eyes, then breaks into a light smile.
いえ、本当に心からの称賛ですよ。今のは僕が知る限り初めて見るカヌスの姿でしたから、友人の端くれとしては少しばかり嬉しくもなります。
I'm happy to see Canus in this kind of suffering as his friend. Canus and I face each other subconsciously in response to his words.
驚いたぞ。まさかお前の口からそんな言葉を聞くことになろうとは。
あなたが変わろうとしたのと同様、僕も変わろうと思ったまでです。
Venia's smiling face was much more beautiful than his usual stern, cold look.
ことね、あなたがいてくれてよかった。あなたがアンシャンテのマスターでよかった。
But
そう、変わらなければ。
Venia? Venia's expression changes. His eyes are filled with sorrow. But before I can ask him what's going on, he turns away from us and begins to walk. Afterwards, he says he needs to check on an area that was gouged out by Yggdrasil for any abnormalities. After parting ways with Canus, I accompany Venia and return to Titania. I tell her that I heard everything regarding what had happened to the fairy world Medio. I tell her of my conversation with Canus.
そうか。この妖精界メディオについての。
Titania takes a small sigh and nods with glazed eyes.
妖精殺しはこの世界の代償。そなたが知る必要はないと伏せておったのじゃが、そのせいで何やらカヌスともいさかいが起きてしまったと聞いた。言葉ばかりの謝罪ではあるが。
Why is that your fault?
すまぬな。
It's not your fault. It's okay. I was just being nosy. There's no need for you to apologize. In response to Titania's lowered head, I wave my hand with a strong conviction.
ええ、そうですよ姉さん。謝罪の必要は全くありません。むしろ感謝してもらう方が正しいかと。
Venia.
なんじゃ。
Venia.
何やら
Venia,
有識金者が。
Don't do
こ
this.
とね。
What? I wonder what he's talking about. Venia's right. Don't you dare. No matter how I look at it, he must have been referring to my talk with Canus. But that wasn't something worth telling everyone, so I decided to pretend to be ignorant. Besides, right now we should be thinking about how to face the dangers Medio is threatened with. More importantly, Titania, Venia, about the problems Medio's facing. Is there any way that the people of Enchante and I can help in any capacity?
ことね。
Canus is a very important person to both me and Enchante. If he's in trouble, we want to be of help. Plus, Titania, Venia, Simply as your friends. If there's anything I can do, I want to contribute to your cause. Having said that, I don't have powers, so there's not much I can do.
ありがとう。異界の友人よ。わしらの世界を憂いてくれて。
It'll be okay. My regular customers are all extremely powerful. With everyone here, we should be able to find a way to tame Yggdrasil.
ああ、そうじゃな。絶望ばかりはしていられぬ。嘆くのはすべての手を尽くしてからじゃ。では、任せてばかりで済まぬが、早速。
Please go rally up everyone at Enchante.
待ってください。
What was supposed to be the rest of Titania's thought is gently cut off by Venia's voice.
ニーヤ、どうしたのじゃ？
He's facing down, looking somewhat tormented. And the words that followed did sound rather painful.
アンシャンテのみんなが揃ったところで世界中の悲劇を妖精ぐらいを間違いなく沈めることができるのですか？
I don't know for sure yet, but
じゃが、きっと何かしらの方法があるはずじゃ。
well, instead of just you two and Canus and I, we can add 4 more people to the mix and have their thoughts on it. Venia quietly shakes his head in response to our words.
きっとではダメなんですよ。
Venia.
確実に絶対に何としてでも
Venia.
僕の目の前にある悲劇を拭うには一分の隙もあってはならない。たとえどれだけ最強のメンツであっても絶対の保証がなくて。
Okay, well, let's get everybody here and we can all have a round table, okay? Chill your jets, Venia. I know you want to get this done. I know 100% that you want to get this done and you're afraid of the consequences again. But let's just get everyone here and we'll all talk about it, okay? Your own? What's he doing? As if to respond to my muttering, he positions himself between me and Titania and stares me dead in the eye.
ことね。今一度問わせてください。あなたはこの世界を救ってくれますか？あなたは姉さんを救ってくれますか？たとえそれが茨の道だとして。
Venia, stop.
No.
His eyes are unwavering, though I don't know its true meaning. It's clear that he wants me to save Titania and change this world of his. So, with uncompromising determination, I respond to him. I want to. I will save this world. It may sound naive, but I believe in Canus and the people of Enchante. So, despite the sacrifices you're referring to, I want to save them.
ことね。
そうですか。どこまでもお人よしなのはカヌスとそっくりでお似合いですよ。
I'll take that as a compliment. He extends his right hand for— Don't trust him! Kotone! No! He extends his right hand for a handshake. I smile and take his hand.
ごめんなさい。
I knew it! I knew you, bitch! You fucking bitch! In an instant, with a snap of Venia's finger, he pulls Titania out from behind him in a replacement. I am thrown onto the empty throne. No. No, I don't— not the tentacles! Not the tentacles, please! No! And before I can realize the truth, a horrific sensation, as terrifying tentacles entangle me relentlessly from all sides of the throne.
ことね。
Kotoni, you dumbass. You dumbass, I've been sus of him this whole time! He's been sus! Even if he has his moments of lightheartedness, he's sus!
ことね。
I have no clue what just happened. A pale-faced Titania tries to run toward me, but Venia grabs her arm tightly and never lets go.
何をするニーヤ。 話すこと
近づかないで姉さん。あなたが近
You'll
づけ
soil
ば
the
計画が
plan.
台無しです。
計画ちょっと私が解放されたのもそなたの仕業なのか。そもそも人間の娘に世界樹の花嫁の代わりは務まらぬ。こんなことをしたところでそなたまさか。
師弟というのは時に厄介ですね。すぐに考えていることがバレてしまうのだから。
Shaken by an ever violent quake, Venny, with his usual expressionless face, speaks quietly.
このままでは琴音は死ぬ。であれば助けるでしょう彼。いいえ、
Venia.
彼らは
Venia.
そう何としてでも助けるはずだ。たとえそれが世界が相手でも。
Fucking bitch ass. I told you that we could all figure this out together. If I called them over, we could all have a round table and talk about what's going on. And no, you had to throw me in as a sacrifice. I knew coming with you was going to be a trap.
彼らならこの不条理な世界をきっと殺してくれる。もう二度と不条理な煮えなど捧げることなどないよ。この忌まわしき世界中を殺してくれるんだ。
いや、なんということを。
You're sacrificing the only friend I've ever had in my life. You suck, Nissan.
そうそうです。思い切り泣いてください琴音。カヌス。
I never liked you,
Enchante
Venia.
に
I was
届く
going
ほ
to
ど
give
に。
you the benefit of the doubt for a minute, but then you've been sus the whole time.
カヌスは死を告げる妖精として悲劇の目を刈り取ってきた。ですがたかが目を摘んだところで死ぬ樹木など存在するはずもない。幹を切り根を断つ。彼にしてもらいたいのは。
Venia smiles again, as if to hide the pain, the torment, and the conflict, with the same face that called him a friend.
僕は信じています。彼が大切なあなたのためにこの世界中を殺してくれると。
Venia. Venia, you bitch ass. Venia, you bitch ass. I'm just a sitting duck now, having the life literally be sucked out of me. My tentacles. Yay.
ここか。ホールが開いたというのは。
Just as I heard from Venia, this must be the aftermath of the wormhole. In front of me is a large hole gouged out from the trunk. Considering the size of Yggdrasil, it's a negligible wound. Regardless, it was large enough for Yggdrasil to recognize it had been attacked.
せめてもう少しずれていれば、さほど刺激せずに済んだだろうが。言ってもせんなきことか。
As I muttered to myself, I realized something. Surrounding the gouged out bark is tiny white powdery substance scattered about.
はい。なぜこんな場所に灰が。
I look around, but I can't see anything that would create this mustache. In this world of Medio, there's no such thing as fire. It looks somewhat familiar to me, but as I try to figure it out, what it is, my surroundings suddenly roared alive.
またか。
The Yggdrasil's roars gradually occurring more frequently. The chances of it not waking is slim to none.
そうなれば、何が起こっても不思議ではない。まずは琴音を返さなければ。
Canus, you slipping up, my dude. Last time I was here, you left me to my own devices and didn't send me home first. Now you sent me off with Venia? Without... You sent me off with Venia, who's been sus this whole time? The largest quake I've ever felt yet. Engulfs my surroundings, enough to cut me off entirely. Oh my goodness, please don't screech in my ear.
待てお前たち
The fairies that were hiding in the area come rushing out, and in their path. Chomp. Oh! Like a blooming flower, a mysterious shadow appears. Hi! Hello! You're looking, real slick today.
あれは女王様。
違うやめろそいつに近づくな
助けて女王様。世界中がずっと
The moment the shadow engulfed her, the fairy tried to scatter, but it was taken captive and soon disappeared.
女王様。なんでどうしたの？
よく見ろ気配は似ていてもそいつはチターニアではない
That is right. I know this person. 500 years ago, she even devoured my predecessor, Banshee. She's the embodiment of all the past World Tree brides.
ソウルイーター
Soul Eater. Even in Japanese, they're named Soul Eater. Wow. Are you gonna jump and turn into a scythe now? Are we gonna go collect witch souls? As soon as I recognize the threat, I sprint to protect the fairies, the opposite of what I usually do for them. I leapt in front of them and try to block the piercing shot. I managed to blow it away, but... Oh gosh. Similar bodies immediately start to rise from the surrounding area.
数が多い
As I fight to protect the fleeing fairies, a medley of flowers begin to rain down above my head. From the flowers, I heard a familiar voice.
聞こえますか、カヌス。
Oh, fuck you. Fuck you, Venia.
ベニア
Fuck you.
ちょうどよいこちらも報告がある先日ホールが開いた場所の跡地にソウルイーターが現れたもはや世界中の目覚めは確実に
ええ、承知していますよ。
I helped jumpstart it. Cause I'm a fucking bitch.
世界中は人間という異物を取り込み、その身を守ろうと、かつてないほどの栄養を求めるでしょう。
なんだベニア
It's exactly
お
what
前は
he's
何を言っ
saying.
ている人間を取り込んだだと何が起きた
You left me on my own.
いや
You left me on my own in a foreign world, Canus.
琴音に何をしたベニア
My rage-filled screams echo. And while my sword cuts down the enemies,
ご安心を。淡き琴音はここにいますよ。
Venia's soft voice melted into battle.
新たなる世界中の花嫁となって。
Save me, Canus! I've been placed in some sort of strange, soul-sucking hentai. It was a long time ago. Back when I was still living with my two older sisters. The dignified older sister, Banshee. The kind-hearted second sister, Titania. And me, Venia. My sister Banshee, who was born as the Fairy of Death, fated to be feared from birth, was also a gentle sister according to us, since we were all born in this world. The three of us were aware of our unique existence compared to the other fairies. And still, we continued to live a happy life. Our lives took a turn about 500 years ago. The fairy queen at the time was nearly dead, and Titania was chosen as the next queen. The most beautiful fairy, loved by Yggdrasil, that will unite all fairies. This position was a highly coveted and admired position. This was no exception for me, who was still young at the time. When I heard that my sister was to become the queen, I felt nothing but pride. But in the shadows,
どうしてあの子が
one evening I was summoned by Banshee. Without even knowing, she was pale-faced and shaking her head, while everyone else was out celebrating their new queen.
ニーヤ、お願い。ティタニアを止めて。あの子、花嫁にはさせないで。
I couldn't understand it. Why must we be the ones to destroy her rise to glory? We should be the ones who are more I can read. Why must we be the ones to destroy her rise to glory? We should be the ones who are celebrating the most. Perhaps, is Banshee envious that her own bloodline was taken by the beloved throne of the king? The queen? I foolishly thought so, and without asking for further details, I rejected her plea and shook my head. I remember to this day. There's no way I could ever forget, because this was the last night I saw my sister, Banshee. And now I understand why Banshee's eyes looked so sad. Why Banshee put her life on the line to stand against this world. Now I understand. As the Fairy of Death, she inherited the knowledge about the truth of being the Fairy Queen. She knew the truth of sacrifice of the World Tree Bride, disguised as a decorated position. Of course, she could have very well told Titania of this hidden truth, but perhaps she chose to throw herself away for the sake of all those living in Medio. That is why Banshee called for me that evening, because I was the only hope to make Titania reconsider. I don't want to lose those that are dear to me anymore. I'd rather fall to disgrace than to do nothing and lose them. Even if the cost of it is the life of someone I know, someone I can call my friend. Yggdrasil eats away at my soul. There's no room for me to tremble in fear. All I feel is an extreme pain in my limbs. And at the same time, though, it felt as though my flesh was gradually being removed from my fingertips. And while I writhe in pain, Venia begins to explain quietly the reasons behind his actions.
きっかけはあなたから天崎島の事件を聞いた時です。
Amasaki Island?
ええ、常識外れの実力者が集う喫茶アンシャンテ。そのみんなが本気で何かを滅するとすれば、それはきっと世界が相手でも通用する。僕はそう判断しました。
In other words, Venia, instead of taming Yggdrasil, has taken me hostage and crafted a situation which will compel Canus and the others from Enchante to fight and kill Yggdrasil. I believe that's what's going on. And as if to affirm my predictions.
ことね。
Don't get my name out of your filthy mouth, Venia.
恨んでくれていい。同情の余地はない。けれどどうか。姉さんを救うための礎になってほしい。
I was going to help you, but then you threw me on the throne as a sacrifice. In response to his sorrowful, resentful, and pitiful voice, Titania burst out into rage.
なんとバカなこと。それで解放されたとて、わしが喜ぶとでも思ったか。
いいえ、思っていませんよ。姉さんのことは弟である僕が 一番よく知っていますから。
Smack him. Oh, I should have read that. He essentially said that she smacked him. But it was not enough to get him to stop. He held on tightly to Titania's arm and stared deeply into her eyes.
どうしてじゃいいやわしは嬉しかったアンシャンテへ通うようになって土産話を持ち帰るそなたがわしとバンシーのたどった不幸に後悔と同情ばかりを重ね自分の幸せを考えなかったそなたがやっと友を作ってくれたと喜んでいたのになぜ
確かに僕としても琴音のことは嫌いではない。ですが単に優先順位の問題ですよ。
He befriended me to sacrifice me.
どちらを優先すべきかなど
たまらんか何が優先順位じゃそんなものを扱うような
姉さん、これまで僕と姉さんはカヌスに殺させる妖精を選んできた。若い妖精ではなく長く生きた妖精を優先的に一人ずつ誰に死を届けるのか。それこそ命に順位をつける行為。何もかも今更でしょう。
Vinia's eyes are endlessly cold and calm. Changing his mind would be nearly impossible for anyone to do. And we're back here. I cut up, I cut down, I wipe out. In a single swing, I cut away 2 or 3 of them. But faster than I can defeat them, even more enemies begin to appear.
くそ、キリがない。
Even while I do this, Kotone is getting her soul sucked away. Whoa! Oh, that's probably a good thing. I should probably do a save here. I do not have time to be stuck here. I should be heading to the Nexus. Oh, there's a pink one. Or a red one?
我の後ろへ下がれ。
I cannot abandon the fairies around me, and instead of them, I am the one being backed into a corner by the spirits.
くそ。
How ironic. In order to tame Yggdrasil's rampage, I need to offer the souls of fairies. Saving them here would be pointless, even counterproductive. But I can't believe I'm wielding my sword, unable to ignore the tragedies before me. It's a horrible self-contradiction. To the Nexus! Even when they look at me in question, I could not give an answer. Everything is under the grasp of Yggdrasil. No. As long as this fairy world of Medio is the world tree, there is no place of safety or refuge. If we disregard the integrity of the area, a temporary safety may be viable, but if we involve Yggdrasil any further, the injured world tree will seek even more sustenance, even more fairies, and even from Kotone.
安全な逃げ場などない。今やこの我らが立つ世界樹こそが敵なのだから。
Man, I guess this is what they mean whenever they say that you feel like the world's against you.
ともかくは世界樹から少しでも離れるほかない。皆、ひたすらに世界樹の外周を目指せ。止まらずに飛び続けろ。誰かが食われても振り返るな。むしろその隙に一人でも多く逃げろ。
Get out of here! Fly, you fools! What crosses my mind is the decision I made 500 years ago. If I turn my sword now and cut down the fairies, But similarly, I recall her face. She said she wants to know me. That she wants to be with me where I belong. She gifted me such priceless words. Her image is in my mind. In which case,
ここで我が死に逃げてどうする。
a strike again to cut down a line of enemies. And while I take another stance, to at least create a path,
思い出した。みんな思い出したわ。
a high-pitched voice cuts off my thought. I look up and see a trembling fairy flapping her wings. She was a small fairy, without the slightest ability to fight.
あの場所ならきっと安全だわ。
What's that
安
place?
全な場所だと。
How can there be such a place? But despite fearing the Soul Eater's attacks, that fairy desperately raises her voice.
だって私聞いたもの。とっても素敵な誰でも受け入れてくれる場所があるよって。
I know, I was gonna say earlier, I'm like, would I be able to facilitate everybody in the cafe for a little bit while we take care of this problem? Just evacuate. Y'all can be refugees. We'll get you set up in the backyard, in a room upstairs, wherever you like.
あの子に淡き琴音に聞いたもの。
The fairy well, drawing a streak of shiny dust behind her, headed for a single door. A lone decorated and heavy door buried beneath thick vegetation. I swore to return to what's behind that door.
そうよ。名前は確かアンシャンテ。
And in front of this hopeful door, they all appear! It's a blockade of despair.
間に合わなか。
Yaha! But the foe is suddenly crushed.
おっと、いきなり修羅場に突入って感じ。
A familiar voice, and with other friendly voices.
やあやあ、親愛なる首なし騎士殿。呼ばれちゃいないんだけど、助けに来ちゃったよ。
It's appreciated. Welcome in.
ミシェル。
And before a moment can pass after my gasp, that's the word. After my gasp, two more shadows jump out and take down several more soul eaters.
つうか、なんなんだよこの状況は。妖精界
Well,
は平和が売りじゃなかったん
surprise!
だよ。
It's just as terrible as your own world.
妖精たちの反応、それにこの状況、何一つ平和に該当する要素がありませんね。
Thank you for letting them in, Karia. Is he here too?
妖精のみんな、急いでこっちの扉に。
Yes, evacuate! Evacuate! Prompted by Rindo's words, the surrounding fairies go through the gate like a crashing wave. I can see Karia on the other side, calming the fairies so they don't panic.
お前たち、なぜここに。
Well, Kotone's been kind of gone for a little bit, and so we were like, where could she be? Once I voice my inquiry of how this happened, Ignis stares down at his surroundings and responds without hesitation.
琴音の置き手紙があったんだよ。メディオに行ってくるってな。
女王様とお茶をするだけならいつものことだからいいんだけど、帝から今のメディオについてよろしくない情報を聞いたばかりでね。で、嫌な予感がした僕たちはカリア君にゲートをつなげて
Good
もらっ
thing
て、
Karia was there,
こ
huh?
うしてお邪魔をしたというわけ。
そしてこの様子では、その予感もどうやら当たりのようですね。
They may not know all the details. They must have sensed a great danger. Everyone's ready. With the reunion gritting out of the way, the four of them brace themselves for combat. However, the swarm of enemies, perhaps perceptive of their immediate disadvantage, or maybe for another unknown reason, disappear, as if to melt into the stems and not a single one remain visible.
逃げられましたね。
I nod at Eel's words, then follow up.
だが、ひとまずは落ち着いて話をすることができる。
Yeah, why can't you be? Let's. How about we start running towards Nexus to come get me out of the hentai throne? Y'all can talk on the way, but how about you guys come help me out here?
とはいえ一刻の猶予もない
Please, please.
かけながらの話となるが
オラオラオライグニス様のお通りだザコどもは引っ込んでな
The soul eaters that stand in our way in Yggdrasil's tentacles scatter as Ignis's outburst scares them off. After disposing of the enemies, we're finally reunited as a group again. And stop at a crossroad.
んでこっから先はどうすんだ
To the Nexus! Come get me!
一番手っ取り早い最短距離をぶち抜くパターンはあいつの命が減るから禁止なんだろう
It's true, yeah. Ignis cracks his shoulders while recounting what I had told him as we ran.
まあね、到着したら魂を吸い尽くされてたなんてシャレにならないでしょ。あとは時間のかけすぎも禁物だね。彼女の体力も問題だけど。
She will live to see dawn at the latest. Before anyone else can pick up on Miser's suggested choice of words, Il finishes his sentence.
またマスターの性格面を考慮しますと妖精の被害は気にせずに一目散に救助というのも褒められた行動ではないかと、
人道的な意味を別にしても世界中の回復源は立たないと
Audio, okay, don't cut out audio, please. After such a short dialogue, the plan we decide on is a rather simple one. Rindo and Il will raid and search as they lead the ferries to Enchante. Miser and Ignis will keep environmental damages to a minimum while acting as our escorts.
つまりあれだな行き当たりばったりだな
Kind of, yeah.
まあそうなるな
Since we don't have the time to come up with a sophisticated game plan, this might be the best we can do. After deciding on the general plan, Rindo hands something out.
ああそうだみんなこれを渡しておくよ
これを
帝金星 GPM の通信機
Did he give us all phones so we can talk to each other?
同じ世界の中なら通信可能距離も長いし何かあればこれで連絡を取り合おう
Walkie-talkies essentially now. Oddly enough, he must have known how inept I am with technology since he told me to leave it on and not touch anything. I take the communication device and after each of us finish preparing,
カヌス最優先事項は中枢部への到達です。あなたは一切を無視して最短距離を。
わかった。その言葉に甘えさせてもらう。
まあ美味しいところを持ってかれちゃうわけだけど、ここじゃあどう考えてもホームのカヌスが一番強いわけだし、土地勘だってあるから有利だしね。
ついでに言うなら囚われのお姫様を助け出すのは死の役目ってね。
yeah.
ああ、魔王はさらう側だもんな。
そうだな。
I feel the tension in my shoulders relax seeing their unchanged demeanors. At the same time, I feel I must return Kotone to the peaceful nature of this group.
ま、梅雨払いは任しとけ。その代わり、しくじるんじゃねえぞ。
ああ、必ずや。
Off we go! Gradually, it feels like my senses are waning. Touch, vision, sound. The one thing keeping my failing body intact is...
琴音ダメじゃ意識を失うな自分自身をなくすでない
Titania cries in terror before my eyes. And... above my knees, a single flower. From it I can hear a nostalgic voice. I wonder whose voice it is. Where and when have I heard it? A gentle voice. A very lovely voice. My head is foggy, and my consciousness blinks sporadically.
ニーヤもう良いじゃろこのままでは
まだです。彼女には今しばし花嫁でいてもらわなくては。言ったでしょ、姉さん。僕は何を犠牲にしたとしても、この世界中を殺す。
Again, I'll
世
say it
界を
again and
殺
again.
す。
Ye of little faith, I would have gone them. We will all talk together and we would all figure out something to do to try to help you guys.
彼女を救うためならば、
You didn't have to
彼
use
ら
me
は
as a
きっと一
hostage.
切の容赦をしない。けれど、かといって闇雲に世界中を攻撃すれば、彼女の命が持たない。そんな絶妙な加減が必要な救出劇。必ずや彼らは、その身に劇場をたぎらせて、必ずや彼女の敵を一刀に伏せてみせるはずだ。
I wonder if Venia is aware if he's right. Canus's blade will be pointed at him. There's no way that Venia himself hasn't realized this. Yet Titania is still... my train of thought derails with the sudden roar of the trees. Give me more. Something is being drained out of me. I nearly forget my need to breathe.
ことね、わしの声を聞け。皆の声に耳を澄ませろ。そなたが何者かを思い続けよ。そなたを助けに向かっている皆を思い続けるのじゃ。
Thanks to another surge of excruciating pain, I managed to stay awake. And as I was told, I tried to repeat someone's name to myself. I am the owner of Enchante, the barista for the regulars and Canus's.
さあ、ことね。こ
Stop
れが
it,
最後
Venia.
です。
Stop it.
どれだけ恨んでくれても構わない。どれだけ憎んでくれても
You
構
can
わ
stop
ない。
saying that too, please.
死にたくないでしょ。助かりたいでしょ。僕と世界中が。
And then he holds a single flower up towards me. The subtle fragrance tickles my nose.
なら
Oh my
ば
god.
叫べ。助けに来る彼らに届くように。
While my consciousness nearly escapes me, I make eye contact with the man before me. Contrary to the strong words, his eyes are drowning in sorrow. My mouth trembles as I spill the words. Canus. At this point, it was almost unclear who this name referred to. But I just have one thing to say. I believe in you.
ことね。
Despite my predicament, for some reason I have the strength to say that gently and with a smile. That this doesn't last very long. I'm not going to be screaming.
さあ、
Speak my mic.
この悲鳴が聞こえるはずだ。各世界で最強と歌われる脅威たちよ。その歌い文句通り、世界をも滅ぼせるというのなら、この間違った世界そのものを完膚なきまでに破壊してみせろ。
Alright, Vinny, calm down. Calm down. As we run toward the Nexus, I can hear intense laughing and screaming. And
ミシェル、イグニス、聞こえたか？
as we strike down our enemies and continue making our way, their lack of an answer must be the answer. She never told me. Neither to fight Yggdrasil or to kill it, nor did she seek rescue. She only said one thing.
我を信じる。
After that, I clenched the now silenced flower tightly in my fist.
あんな風に言われちゃったら男としては答えなきゃね。
たく、とことん普通じゃねえやつだよ、あいつは。
でもそれでこそ俺たちのマスターってね。行こう、カヌス。彼女を救いにさ。
I'm not guided by some inherited memory of someone else, nor am I influenced by the path. Sorry, not. It's a pathway too early. Nor am I influenced by fate, blindly following a predetermined path. I only follow my own will.
ああ、我は必ずや琴音を救ってみせる。
No matter how much it has changed due to the effects of the fairy world, the biological characteristics of the plant receiving sunlight, conducting photosynthesis, and feeding off the land and water should be no different from regular plant life. As the GPM R&D department head, Mikado had once analyzed, though it was out of the ordinary, Yggdrasil was still a plant. It has no eyes to perceive tragedies, nor ears to hear the cries of fairies. It does not answer prayers, nor does it think or feel. Yes, the only thing Yggdrasil has is the eat or be eaten survival instinct. But now, Yggdrasil is shaken with anger. Even when it desires sustenance to heal, its food stores, fairies, cannot be found. The roots that are extended out to find food have been cut down by someone, one by one. The lack of food and the swarm of enemies that seek to harm it are, for the world tree, a threat comparable to what occurred 500 years ago. Thus, Yggdrasil, guided by the anger, an emotion the world tree shouldn't have. Yeah. At Yggdrasil's nexus, the queen's quarters, the roots and flowers quickly become visible. Like a blooming flower, enemies begin to appear one by one. The fairy siblings' expression tightens. You done fucked everything up, Venia! The Soul Eaters are tentacles designed to consume fairies as souls. Normally, they do not appear near the throne where the bride offers her soul. Even during Yggdrasil's chaos 500 years ago, they never once appeared in this location. Then why?
そういうことか。カヌスの仲間たちです。おそらく彼らが妖精をアンシャンテへ避難させたからでしょう。
つまり妖精界に残された餌はわしらぐらいしかいないということか。
カヌスはまだ来ないか。
You brought this on yourself, Venia. Venia backs up step by step while protecting his scornful sister. If he is attacked here, it would pass as well-deserved punishment. Indeed, either he gets cut down by the Dullahan or eaten by the Soul Eater. Either way, that would be the end of it. However, his sister must be spared. As if they sensed the lack of combat skills, the rising roots extended themselves at once. However, the hands of evil suddenly soar through the sky. All of them abruptly stop midair and fall to the ground in an instant.
何が今の一体
The squirming enemies seem to avoid advancing any further than a certain distance. At the center of it is obviously me.
そなたが止めたのか。
They look up to see Otone, who was supposed to be indisposed, holds her head up a little and stares at the Soul Eaters.
止めたそんなバカな妖精以外が世界一の力を
The Soul Eaters that surround Venia and Titania still stand in shock, slowly close their distance between them. But... Stop! As if to be struck by Totone's voice, the Soul Eaters freeze in position.
僕たちをかばうというのか
I'm not protecting you, Venia. I'm protecting Titania. Don't get it wrong.
よせ、 すのじゃことね。女王の力は自らの魂を削る。ただでさえ世界中はそなたの命を蝕んでいるのじゃ。それ以上の力を使えば。
From Kotone's point of view, she has no reason to leave or protect them. They cannot believe her actions. Despite Venia's dumbfounded expression, Kotone lightly smiles at Titania's plea. No. If I quit, you'll be attacked. You... my friend... have finally been liberated. You're able to use your own feet now. To visit Enchante. I refuse to let you become the world tree bright again.
あの子、花嫁にはさせないで。
Venia suddenly loses his balance. He can hear the words of a certain someone in Kotone's words.
いいや、何をほうけている。ここまで言われて、まだ琴音を犠牲にする気か。カヌスを呼ぶためだというならば、もう十分のはずじゃ。だから。
無理です。
いいや、まだそんなこと。
僕だってできるなら解放してやりたい。いっそ今なら僕が変わってもいい。
Then why don't you do it?
だけど、さっき姉さんを解放したのも数百年をかけて玉座に細工したからこそやっと成し遂げられたんだ。今すぐに解放なんて。
However, from the beginning, the circumstances didn't allow for them to properly think of a plan. The roots mobilize and soul eaters start to appear again in pursuit of the final source of food. Despite being stopped by the queen's powers, the spirits slowly surround them again. Kotone stares down at them once more. Don't come near! But as an act of defiance, the bindings of the throne violently and rapidly entangle her body. Not only her limbs, but her torso. Oh my gosh! Why am I in the hentai throne? No! Why am I in the hentai throne? Stop! Stop it! They even firmly wrap around her neck.
姉さん、くそくそ、姉さんに手を出すな。世界中。
Without any regard to anyone's feelings, Yggdrasil indiscriminately and relentlessly tries to consume everything, even the souls of all the present living beings. Hentai tree! Hentai tree! Canus. It fades. Fades away. The many memories that make me who I am. Look at all these pretty CGs. Yggdrasil, which has a hold on my soul, chokes me and takes me away. A person that enjoys talking with regulars. The person that brews coffee while smiling and laughing at the counter. I don't want to lose any of them. They're all treasured memories, yet one by one, they become foggy and get ripped apart. Like a once colorful tree in autumn, withering away in the winter. My memories, my recollections, myself. They're being stripped one by one. But even still, I will not forget. No matter how much of myself is stripped, I don't want to forget one word. This word only consists of 5 letters. Canus. I just repeated so. Like a plea. Like a prayer. The one word that clearly holds passion. I will never let go of it. Canus! As if to answer my prayers, a single blade cuts through. The countless soul eaters and Yggdrasil's tentacles that surround me are all destroyed in an instant. Even the throne that constricts me has been cut up into 1,000 tiny pieces. My body is gently picked up. A cold and hard set of black armor. But I know, the warm spirit that pulses beneath it.
ことね。待たせたな。
You kept me waiting for a while, bud. Assertive and gentle, and as reliable as anything. Yes, he came. The person that I hope to never forget. Canus!
ああ、そうだ。我はあなたが信じてくれた騎士。カヌス・エスパーダだ。
After noticing that I'm still conscious, he draws his sword again. With his powerful tone and tact.
聞くがいい世界中よ。彼女は貴様の花嫁などではない。
She's mine! I mean, what?
いや、たとえ他の誰であろうとも、琴音を奪わせはしない。彼女を守る者として、彼女に寄り添う者として、このカヌス・エスパーダがもらい受ける。
As if to be stunned by his overwhelming dominance, the distant soul eaters in the surrounding area don't seem to move any closer.
琴音、我が空白の眼に向き合い、そしてあなたの
Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off.
我を信じる思いに応えるため、我が剣、救うために振るうことをここに誓おうぞ。
While still carrying me in his arms, Canus jumps away from the rebels of the throne and heads towards Titania and Venia, whom he apparently had also just saved.
もう安心してほしい。我はもう二度とこの手からあなたを離しはしない。何があろうと守りきってみせる。
Yes, it's okay. I believe in you. All of you, Canus.
琴音、
After he gently embraces my body once again, Canus faces towards Venia and Titania, who are still highly dumbfounded, yet sighing in relief.
カヌス、なぜ僕まで助けたのです。
Because he's not going to kill anymore. Okay, he's going to save
皆さんは
lives.
ともかく、僕はあなたと琴音を。
理由が必要か。
何？
目の前に窮地に陥った者がいる。それが古き友であれば、
You'll just get some smacks.
なおさら助けることに迷いはない。
You with this sweet release of death? Absolutely not. We're going to punish you. We're going to punish you for what is due.
裁きが欲しいのならば後にしろ。我はお前を殺すために来たのではないのだ。
At the exact moment Venia bit down on his lips, trying to process all the emotions he can't express, Yggdrasil begins to shake. What?
これは花嫁をも失った
It's
世界中は
angry.
完全な暴走を始めておる。このままでは周囲すべてが、いや下手をすれば世界中そのものがソウルイーターとして。
Wouldn't we be able to just all, like, make a mad dash to the door and wait for Yggdrasil to starve? With no fairies here? And then just come back whenever it's dead? At this point, even Canus and Titania begin to panic.
妖精界メディはもう終わりですね。ですが、世界中を殺すことは叶わずとも、この狂った世界を壊すことはできた。カヌス、恥だとは分かっていますが、どうか姉さんたちだけでもアンシャンテに避難を。
Though Venia's words are filled with petulance, Canus responds.
その必要はない。
That is all he said.
なんじゃと。
琴音が言ったはずだ。我を信じると。ならば、我はその言葉に応えるまでのこと。琴音を救い、お前たちを救い、そしてこのメリオもまた救ってみせる。それがこの世界樹にすら死を告げる存在である我であり、この世界を守護する騎士たる我でもあるのだから。
The quake is so violent that the collapse of the Nexus could happen at any moment. In the midst of the chaos, Canus' words are quiet, but unshaken, filled with conviction and determination. Canus is filled with determination. Another quake. It was large enough to topple over the Soul Eaters and tentacles that had been surrounding us.
そうは言うが、一体どうするというのじゃ。いくらそなたが死を告げる妖精だとして、一人でどうにかできるものでは。
いや、我は
I
一
have
人
my
では
reliable friends. I have the A-team with me.
頼もしき仲間がいるのだから。
Canus says as he pulls out something from his chest. That's the...
リンドウから預かった通信機だ。これでメリオ内に散らばる港、連携が取れる。この中枢には、ミシェルやイグニスも途中まで共に向かっていたのだが、我ならばあなたを救出できると、そう信じ、あらかじめ最後に備
What's
え
the final
た配置
position?
についてくれた。
Positions? Then after Canus releases a large
ミ
sigh,
ラ、最後の大仕事だ。頼めるか。
with his low and clear-cut voice, he calls out to the others over the radio.
はいはーい、我らがマスターのためなら魔王様は喜んで世界の脅威になりますとも。
gosh.
俺にとっちゃうってつけの大舞台だ。なんせ周りにはよく燃える薪しかねえからな。
改めまして生き残った全妖精の避難
We
誘
are
導
ready
を
for
完了。
mass
いつで
destruction.
も大規模破壊を行えます。それとリンドウ、カリア両名からの伝言です。皆の帰りを待っていると。さあ始めましょう。最後は任せましたよ、カヌス。
Over the radio, I heard the voices of the most powerful beings in the universe, whom Venia had deemed worthy. Suddenly, Yggdrasil begins to tremble and makes a loud creaking noise, like a shriek. One can sense what had happened without having directly witnessed it. The others scattered throughout Medio must have attacked Yggdrasil all at once. I can hear Yggdrasil burn and collapse from the outer perimeters, as if to corroborate my assumption.
これが
This is the end.
彼らの
While the siblings stand in awe of the overwhelming powers they can feel,
これが最後だ。世界中よ。
Canus draws his sword, and, after taking one step forward, powerful enough to smash the ground below, he starts dashing towards the troublesome Yggdrasil at an overwhelming speed. His animalistic drive can mean but one thing. Canus has just declared that this is Yggdrasil's final moment in existence. He aims at a single spot, the one place strongly tied to Yggdrasil, the place for sacrificial brides, the throne. Canus runs straight towards it in order to thrust his sword upon it. Yggdrasil violently shakes at the imminent threat. With its quake, the numerous roots and some Soul Eaters, Yggdrasil attempts to stop him in his tracks. But Canus doesn't even flinch. In the face of his overwhelming power, Yggdrasil's attempt at resisting doesn't stand a chance. Canus begins to focus on his approach, growing sharper and stronger. By drastically increasing his own powers, a single blow might finish it off. He follows up by saying,
世界中よ。いや、妖精界メリオよ。500年の時を経て、今こそ我はお前に死を与えよう。
Get him, Canus. Get him! He swings his sword with all his might, and while he slices Yggdrasil, he takes his final step forward.
我が名は カヌス・エスパーだ。妖精界の万物に死を告げる妖精にして琴音を守り、彼女にあだなす者を撃つ、ただ一人の騎士なり。我が魂、我が剣、我が琴の葉を受け入れよう。
His strike is to bring death upon Yggdrasil, to destroy the throne, to put an end to all misfortunes. Canus imbues all of his powers into his sword and, with a thunderous roar, he swings. What-da? Done? The end? After Yggdrasil viscerally cries in agony, without regenerating or retaliating, it has been handed its death and takes its final breath. Did we do it? With the death of Yggdrasil, which had held my soul hostage, I begin to feel the movement of time, once again in an instant. My body feels light again, and almost seems to float as unassisted in midair. My attention drawn to the tranquil scenery. That's right. Now that Yggdrasil's died, those fairies are finally liberated. In the real sense of that word. I'm sorry. For causing you years of suffering. For bringing you so much grief. But at this point, I haven't the time nor the voice to apologize as I should. So at the very least, allow me to pray. I wish for your happiness. And thank you. My dear sister. My dear brother. Thank you for saving them. What's Banshee? The severed world tree. Sliced cleanly in half, and though its life force is gone, it remains still function. It remains. This scripting. This proofreading. It still functions as the land of Medio. Some time has passed since the climax of the event. It's almost sunrise. Canus and I are on our way to a certain location. A few hours earlier, once the battle had ended, Miser and the gang decided on going back to Enchante in their respective worlds. When they parted ways, they knock on Canus' armor, congratulating his work. Seeing everybody made me smile. Normally once the dust had settled, I would be home by now, but...
Kotone, どうか、
Hmm.
我と
I cut him off. I'm sorry, Canus, I'm sorry. Those words were the only reason I needed for me to remain in the world of Medio. By the way, with their congratulatory words, everyone struck Canus' armor once again at a time. One at a time again.
ついたな。
Canus stops walking. The whisper of snow echoes quietly. I trace his gaze to see the scenery we had once seen together. The place Canus claims to be his favorite place in all of Medio. But this place too, now that Yggdrasil had been defeated, will eventually wither away. But Canus does not display fear for such a future.
琴音、手を。
Yes. He gently reaches out as if to prevent me from slipping in the snow. Supported by his hand, I cautiously walk as my feet slightly tilt diagonally. We approach the location where we can see the entirety of Medio. It's breathtaking, no matter when I see it.
ああ、
It's true that Yggdrasil has tortured Canus and the others for centuries, even though it was a threat. At the same time, this is where my memories reside with Canus, and where I met Titania and Venia. The single world is coming to an end. This is a major event. It's something that I couldn't have fathomed when I first took over Enchante. I wonder what will become of those fairies. Titania, Venia, and most of all, Canus. From this point on? That was certainly my concern, but...
ことね、そろそろだ。よく目を凝らしておくといい。
Oh, gonna watch the sunrise together? I didn't need to ask what it was. As the soft wind blows, I can see them start to rise. Sunrise! As the world welcomes the sunrise. From every visible place, the light pours out from Yggdrasil's remains. Ooh, that's pretty. Countless particles of light. As they rise and make contact with my body, they dissipate and vanish. Along with a warm sensation, an overwhelming sense of power grows inside. It feels as if all of the life Yggdrasil had been stealing from me is slowly being returned to me. No, that must be what it is. For this light is...
世界中が養分とした無数の妖精たちの生命力。奴を切り、死したことで体内に蓄
And
積
will
されていたそれ
replenish the
が
land?
一斉に解放されたのだ。
Are we gonna are all the life force souls gonna replenish the land again?
これであなたが吸われた命も元通りになったはずだ。
Canus, after letting out a sigh of relief, he too takes a particle in his hand and embraces it protectingly. Yes, the beautiful glimmers of light, overflowing from the recently slain Yggdrasil, belong to the lives of the Eaten Fairies. Under normal circumstances, seeing life is not something an ordinary human like me can do. But as Canus mentioned earlier, this time really is an exception. My body, which was tethered to Yggdrasil, albeit only temporary, seems to be exhibiting fairy-like characteristics, which will explain why I'm able to receive the life force of the fairies to recover my own life. Are we going to be able to see his face? Thank you. As I graciously thank the fairies for life now coursing through my healthy body, I subconsciously utter, I wonder what becomes to Medio from this point on.
運命は変わらぬよ。今我々が立っている世界中は静かに、そしてゆっくりと枯れ、消滅していくだろう。だが、
Canus tells of a hopeful future. Oh, in the direction of the floating light.
きっと今、こうして世界中に
Yeah,
溢れ
they're
ていく命
replenishing
の
the
元
land.
今度は正真正銘、メディオの命として芽吹くだろう。もしかしたら、今度こそ、生贄など必要とせぬ、正しき意味でのメディオの世界樹も誕生するやもしれぬ。
I see. The reason why this world tree was a disaster is because it originated in a foreign world and eventually mutated in this world. If it is purely made from life in this world, at the very least, he claims the future will not be so grim. Hey, Canus,
なんだろうか。
when that future comes, let's come back here again. The highest point here, to reborn and truly beautiful Medio.
ああ、約束しよう。
Canus nods, and as if to engrave this scenery into his memory, he removes his helmet. At that moment, the world and the sunrise fully become one, as the light shines ever so beautifully.
やはり感慨深いな。我はあなたと共に世界が生まれ変わる瞬間を見届けてほしい。あなたと。
Canus, after spilling these words from the depths of his heart, and with his helmet still off, he once again turns around and faces me. Reacting. Do we see his face? Are we not actually going to get to see his face? Why is she spooked? It's not just the words. We saw his face. You cropped out. I feel cheated. I feel cheated. There's no way in hell she didn't see his face, huh? After all that build-up and purposely hiding it behind the light, I feel cheated! I wanted to see his face! Y'all! I'm surprised we got the good ending, though. I guess my intuition led me the right direction. Oh, okay, I'm fairly certain this is a good end, though. It feels like a good end. It doesn't feel neutral to me, and it's definitely not a bad end, so... Let's sit here a minute and see if there's any after stuff. I feel cheated. I feel so cheated. They didn't show us his face. Oh, they cheated. They still did. Oh, that would have. Maybe there's another good end. Maybe there's a couple. No, there's usually just one good end. There might be a couple bad ends, but there's usually only one good end. I feel cheated either way. They built that up right at the very end there, purposely choosing words like that and imagery, and they purposely didn't show us his face. Ah. I like that though. This is a pretty fun one. Like, of course, it's only one round out of many, but this was real fun. I quite like this. I'll have to go do a little bit of research and see if we can do Miser's route next, because that's what I preferably like to do. But I have a feeling he might be locked behind the others, knowing how Otome games work. Any after stuff? There's usually some after stuff I remember. Yeah! Those are memories of childhood. I recall the warmth of flowing steam and wafting aroma of coffee.
なんだことね。楽しそうだな。お絵かきか。
Homework for kindergarten.
何々？将来の夢？はあ、最近は面白い宿題が出るもんだな。
Yeah, Aki said she wants to own a pet store, and Umi wants to be an idol.
いいじゃねえか。で、お前の夢は？
Grandpa.
なあ、ことね。じいちゃんは職業じゃねえぞ。あと、お前は女の子だ。どう頑張ってもじいちゃんにはなれねえ。
Why not?
なぜにじゃねえ。まった
Who
く
taught you to talk
誰
like
に
that?
影響されたんだその口調。
It must be that bastard
カヌスの
Canus.
野郎か。
Grandpa!
まあ何はともあれ、孫娘の目標にされるってな、なかなか悪くねえ気分だな。
Yeah, Kote is gonna be a coffee shop owner just like you, Grandpa.
その意気だ。そうだな。もしもだけどよ、お前が本当に俺の後を追って喫茶店を選ぶっつうなら、最初は俺の後を追うだけでもいい。手を引いてやるし、世話をしてやる。けどな、お前もいつかは自分で自分の道を選ぶ日が来る。
My own path?
おう。まあ、その時にはもう俺は近くにいないかもしれねえ。けど心配すんな。その時にはきっとお前が選んだその道を一緒に歩いてくれるやつが隣にいるはずだ。
It'll be that bastard Canus. This prayer will never be answered. But if I could see Grandpa again, I would want to thank him for showing me the path when I was lost, and for introducing me to Canus and the others. Thank you. A month's time has passed since the incident in the fairy world of Medio. Cafe Enchante is back to doing business as usual. The regulars who aren't here at the moment have been visiting the shop as if nothing had happened. No. I guess there were some changes. That is...
ことね。
Titania!
カヌスに聞いたぞ。新しいハーブティーが入ったというのはまことか？
Hey there, Titania. The fact that we have a new beautiful regular customer. Yep, that's true. I tried to procure some rare ones like lemongrass. Titania has since been liberated from Yggdrasil. Now that Titania has become a regular, her love of red tea has affected the cafe. Enchante's main menu, which consisted mainly of coffee items, now includes a very special red tea. Titania takes a seat at the counter with a wholesome smile on her face, as if she's been coming here for years.
ならば早速それを頼む。それとこの間のシフォンケーキとやらも。あれは絶品じゃった。
I'm flattered to hear you liked it, but don't eat it too fast, you'll choke! These days, the smile on Titania's face isn't that of the Fairy Queen, but that of an adorable young girl suited for her appearance. There's nothing that imprisons her anymore. Of course, she still holds the title of Queen, ruler of the fairies, but it sounds like that job is going well for her so far. Then, as if someone had noticed Titania's arrival, footsteps echo from upstairs.
今日も来たのか、ティターニア。すっかりこの店に夢中なようだな。
That echoing, gentle voice undoubtedly belongs to one of the regulars who loves Enchante, Canus Espada. Canus, who'd returned from Medio just this morning, releases a heartwarming sigh at the sight of Titania, eagerly awaiting her cake, but...
このアンシャンテ、いや、琴音のアンシャンテが居心地のいい場所なのは確かだが、あまりに抜け出す頻度が多いと、心配性の
Oh, he can shut up.
説教を
This can be
受けるので
Venia's
はないか。
punishment. The tiny queen's body jerks in stillness.
姉さん、
Fuck off. Fuck off, Venia. Oh. Speak of the devil.
アンシャンテへの来店は止めませんが、毎日でも多いのに、
No! She can stay here as long as she wants.
店にとっても迷惑でしょう。
The worrywart little brother suddenly appears from the portal room and lets out a sigh.
そんなことあるものか。わしらはお友達じゃぞ。
Don't mind me. As the owner of this cafe, I'm only blessed by Titania's visits. And thanks to that, I'm glad that you come here too, Venia. So with that, welcome.
ええ、お邪魔します。
Venia, with a slight awkwardness, breaks eye contact with me in response to my welcoming. But he didn't try to escape the situation. Rather, he took a seat next to Titania as if to watch over her. This time he's here as a genuine guest. Canus looks upon them in an emotional state. In Medio, ever since then, just as Canus had predicted, Yggdrasil, which had terrorized the fairies, had completely withered away and vanished. At first, the fairies were quite confused regarding the fate of Yggdrasil, their homes, and the fact that it had all disappeared. But with the new life that the light spread throughout Medio, plant buds have started to reappear. And now the fairies are tending to the growth of the new life and are focused on Medio's revival. For them who never really had purpose in their lives, having something to work towards must be a fresh and invigorating experience. And now, it's safe to say that the bias towards Canus as the Fairy of Death has disappeared. Once Titania had announced to all the fairies about the truth of Yggdrasil, and that Canus had eliminated the threats, that the way the fairies had perceived him must have changed. Of course, it may be impossible to get along with every fairy from the get-go, but... Canus, who excelled at growing plants, including the flowers in Enchante's garden, is making good use of his experience. The fairies who were saved by Canus that day, and had expressed their gratitude to him, have been asking for his advice on how to grow the plants on Medio. In other words, Canus is now, in a way, the gardening guru to the fairy population. Just imagining this makes me smile. And... at the end of that incident, Venia, who had caused Yggdrasil's rampage for Titania's sake, was given one punishment. That is... Venia, I see you're honoring your promise.
それは、まあ、他ならぬ、あなたとカヌスとの約束ですから。
To stay by Titania's side no matter where she may be, and support her as the Queen's Chancellor for all of eternity. He deemed this punishment too lenient, and that he should be executed, but... ultimately, despite being bitter about it, he gave in to Titania's tearful plea and accepted his punishment. There you are. Sorry for the wait. I lay down the freshly made items in front of the two liberated fairies. Once they finish their well-mannered grace, they start enjoying the red tea and desserts. As I watch them with a smile on my face, I sense an awkward gaze at me from the table in the back. Is something wrong, Canus? Did you want to order some?
ああ、いや、そういうわけでは。なんというか、今は良いと言うべきか。いや、しかし、やはり昼の時間帯の方が。
Go on. He seems very inarticulate. It sounds like he's talking to himself. Titania and Benia also look at his demeanor with a puzzled look, at least for a second until... Benia seems to have noticed something and snapped his fingers. Suddenly he gently whispers to Titania seated next to him. Having heard him, Titania burst out in a full grin. I tried my best to listen in. Something about an article in a magazine that Canus was reading? The siblings quietly whisper back and forth as they repeatedly look over at Canus. Their smiles resemble each other's. 30 minutes have passed since then. The two, having finished their food, suspiciously hurry for the exit, claiming they're going shopping downtown. I'm glad to see they're enjoying their freedom in the human world, but I wonder what their gossiping was all about. I wonder, But now that the two are gone, no matter how hard I think, there is no chance of arriving at an answer. I decide to focus on the guests now here, so I turn around to Canus. By the way, Canus, you haven't ordered anything yet. Seriously, are you okay? You were just staring at us the entire time. Oh, do you have something you want to ask me?
確かに用事はあるにはあるのだが。すまない。ここではまだ口にできぬのだ。だから営業日だというのにすまぬが、どうか我と共に新たなる妖精
Oh
界
yeah, we
メデ
said
ィ
we
オ
were
へ
gonna go see it once it
来てくれない
started
だろうか。
growing in and becoming a new fancy world full of good life. Guided by his words, though at first very curious, I temporarily leave the cafe to Karya, who had come in shortly afterward. I quickly change my clothes and arrive at the portal room with him. I don't mind going to the fairy world after all, but if I recall correctly, it was Canus of all people who told me I shouldn't go there for a while, because of the instability of the land. But those doubts are instantly shattered the moment I arrive and lay my eyes upon the gorgeous scenery. Wow! Look at all those flowers. Who needs a tree when you can have a world that's literally only a flower field? In a matter of seconds, I'm left speechless as the vibrant colors spread across my view. A blissful wind carries a sweet fragrance. The blooming flowers dance along amongst it. They reach their petals pleasurably toward the sky.
喜んでもらえただろうか。
Canus utters as he looks at the flowers.
あの日、あの時、メディオ中に散り、この地に芽吹いた種たち。これらはその一部だ。我や妖精たちが日々世話をしていた努力が実ってな。
They've grown quite... Okay, how long has it been? Maybe it's been enough time. It feels like it's been too quick for all these to grow in though.
今朝ここで初めて一斉に咲き誇ったのだ。故にあなたにもぜひ見てほしいと思い。
So that's what it was. I'm really glad. Canus leads the way, saying he wants me to see more. Being careful not to step on the flowers, we make our way to the center. This is the newly born Medio.
だがまだまだこれからだ。あなたへと誇れる世界を作れるよう、我も妖精たちと共にこの地に宿った命を育てていこうと思う。我はこれから死を告げる妖精ではなく命を育む妖精として。
Alright, you can be the fairy of life.
似合わぬ響きなのは 自覚している
No, no, no. Absolutely, you take that title. That's not true at all. A powerful and kind knight who puts his life on the line to save me fully deserves that title.
そうか。あなたにそう言ってもらえるのならば何よりだ。
Suddenly, Canus gets embarrassed. Takes a comically deep breath.
ことね。新たな始まりを刻むこの日が訪れたら、あなたに告げようとしていた言葉がある。どうか聞いてくれるだろうか。
Yes, I'll hear you out. Uh-huh. Before I can ask him what he means by that, he removes his helmet, gently takes my hand and kneels down in front of me. Normally I would be looking up at him, but now I'm looking down at him. It's a refreshing perspective, I thought, but... Canus? I have to question his actions. Maybe it's just in my head, but his hands feel slightly tense. Could he be... nervous? By the time I finished hypothesizing...
愛している。あなたを愛している。
With a voice so gentle, heartfelt and overflowing with emotions, Canus abruptly expresses his feelings for me. And as my cheeks blush bright red from the passionate words, he presents me...
この寡黙で不器用で表情すら伺えぬ。だがしかしあなたを愛し守るという思いだけならばあらゆる世界の誰にも負けはせぬ花嫁になってはくれぬだろうか。
I didn't say he's gonna add it. I'm like, he's down on his knees, he's going to propose to me. It feels as if time has stopped and everything is frozen in place. Right? I hope so. Please don't make me the world stream bright again.
ではないぞ。あなたが信じてくれたカヌス・エスパーダという騎士の花嫁となってほしい。
Does he mean...
本来妖精には結婚という概念はないのだがあなたがティターニアに渡した雑誌の中にそれを特集した箇所があってな。それを偶然読んだ時すぐにあなたの顔が浮かんだのだ。だからこの日を迎えたらその意志を伝えようと心に決めていた。無論我のような人外と生涯を共にするのは容易なことではないだろう。きっと苦労や寿命の差
God, it's
そして
so
顔が見え
cliche,
ぬ
but
家
I...
のすれ違いもあるはずだ。
God, this is why I fucking love Otomes.
だがそれでも我はあなたに生涯を共にする者として選ん
I cut him off. I'm sorry, God, I don't know me cut you off. I'm sorry. His love straightforward and to the point. This is probably his first selfish act considering he's always dedicated himself to the service of the fairy world Medio. My face reddens. Not out of confusion, but out of flattery. I feel as if I'm but a flower in a vast ocean of a flower garden. Oh, no, we're in a serious moment here. Don't do that to me now. Kana's now staring at me, must be predicting my response to him. But no matter how strong the feeling, I have to choose my words to get my point across. I'll happily reciprocate for the kind and sincere man who's looking at me, Kotone, straight in the eye. I'd be happy to. In response to my stuttering.
慌てる姿も愛らしい。
Stop, Kana, stop.
だがうなずいてくれてありがとうことね。
A blizzard of flower petals fly through the sky in celebration for us. Embraced by this warm celebration, Canus takes my hand and gently pulls it towards him. And kisses my hand. A soft warmth seeps down into the back of my hand. That is probably Canus's kiss of oath. Despite being faceless, he proves his love for me.
誓わせてほしい。騎士としてだけではなく、一人の男として。我はあなたの身も心も永遠に守り続ける。淡きことね、我が愛しき花嫁よ。我が愛を、我がことの葉を受け止めてほしい。
Yes, I accept with all my heart, and I will forever cherish your love and soul as your bride.
ああ、我もだ。愛していることね。あなたを、永遠に。
Thank you, kind knight. I'm just a fragile human being, but I will be your place of comfort, and I swear to protect your soul. As the owner of my Enchante, and your noble knight's bride. Finn! Finn! You know, I'd gotten, after we got to the finish before. No. No! No! Don't you fucking dare! Don't you fucking rip this from me! Stop! I'm already crying because the Canus don't make me cry. I'm sorry, what? Stop. Stop, no. I've got like actual tears coming down my face. Stop. I need a second to compose myself. Stop! What is this game doing? I don't know about this, Chief. I don't know about this, Chief. Don't toy with my heart. Stop. I've already been pulled in so many directions. I can't even speak. Solitude. Oh god, don't scare me. I'm on edge right now. Solitude is lonely. Trey. A new prologue is now unlocked. Let me see if there's oh, nothing there. Behind. I don't know what this is. Oh, it's background music. Oh, this is this dictionary. Movie. Oh, it's a Q&A thing. Okay. Two, 244. Oh, because there's 4 images from that particular. Wait, is there no? Rindo has extra. Oh, those are people just in general. Miser and Rindo have more than the rest of them. Is there no bad end? Or no, maybe because I got the good end, I got all the CGs. Because sometimes bad ends don't have CGs. Ah. My heart, though. What does it mean, a new prologue? What does a new prologue mean? Just general option, it's just options. What the fuck is prologue 2? Memories of my grandfather. See here. Maybe when you start from the beginning again, it's different. Maybe. I don't know. It's made me. My heart. My heart. I thought it was gonna rip it away from me. It said Finn, and immediately started glitching out. I'm like, no, don't take this from me. High or low? What? Character jump. Huh? Chapter high or low? Oh, affinity. Okay. It was just low affinity. Huh. To get different ending, I guess potentially. Whoa, that second prologue though, it's just interesting. This game, I'm not sure if it's for better or for worse, but there's so many things about this particular otome that don't mesh with the otomes that I've played and witnessed before. So it's just a little perplexing to be like, what is this? I don't know what this is. I'm curious. Let's see. Let's see. We're just going to take a little sneak peek here because I should probably end the stream soon because it's getting kind of late and I've got to skedaddle. I'm too curious to not know. Yeah, we know solitude's lonely. Yes, we've got that. We started from the beginning. Hold on. How do I skip? Ah, here we go. It's all stuff that What is this? Keep it closed. I pulled my hand from it, keeping it closed, and leave quietly. As I look around, I think to myself, it's just so hard to be able to simply take over the cafe again. I don't recognize the labels on all these coffee beans lying across the shelves. There are pieces of equipment I have no idea how to use. I've never ever seen them in my life before in my life. Yeah, I just can't do it. Quitting my job and thinking I could take over a cafe is just... I mutter as if trying to convince myself and solemnly walk outside the shop. Yeah. You know, I like tea over coffee anyway. I don't even like the taste of coffee. I was somewhat reluctant about my decision and even felt like I made a huge mistake, but I decided not to pay any more mind to it. I squint, gazing at the distant cityscape, and take out my phone. I should just check the train schedules and contact my parents when I get home. Fortunately, tomorrow's a Sunday. There'll be plenty of time to talk about what to do with the shop. As if to cut off my thought, my phone begins to ring. My face stiffens up from a sudden call and I answer the phone. Yes, this is Abaki. Huh? Go to work right now? Well, no, I'm actually in Tokyo and... Yes. Yes. I see. I'll head right over. What about Sunday tomorrow? Right, so I need to come in then too. Okay. Goodbye. I hope they limit my overtime to at least 100 hours this month. Bad end number 1. The end. Well, that was quick. The prologue was literally just, we don't see Grandpa. We just see Solitude's is lonely. No. No. No, 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 no. No, no. Okay. It didn't save over my save data. Just say no. Don't save over my save data. I don't know. That's... I'm gonna assume there's what, 5 prologues, so... I don't even know what these, like, there's 5, I'm gonna assume 5 different routes, because there's the 5 guys, like, that are the regulars, but I don't know if it has anything to do with them. Right, that is a loose end! That is a loose end. I'd almost forgotten about that, because we kind of got wrapped up in our own harrowing nonsense in Medio. I totally forgot about that weird thing that glitched me out the first time I went to Medio. Probably something that'll be answered in like Miser's route or something. Just because he feels like he's the end game. Okay, I guess I should probably just wrap it up for the night. Oh gosh, it's almost 1 a.m. Almost 1 a.m. They would probably be important to do and get. But yeah, here, let's go back to this and just sit here for a minute. But yeah, so I'm gonna go ahead and end stream here tonight. I'm surprised we got through the whole end of the route. I wasn't sure if I'd get it all finished tonight. At the very least, I'm like, we're going to make a good dent in this, but I actually got to finish within like a reasonable time. So yeah, that was Canus's route. I'm probably going to try for Miser's route next, but he might not be able to be started next, so we'll see. But we'll continue through this game through February, because it's still a Tome month, even if it's after Valentine's Day. But I'm glad that we were. It worked out really well. Like the timing, I didn't intend it for this timing to happen, but the timing of how this ended up working out, and we actually got like the romantic route on Valentine's Day was just too perfect. It was ideal, which was great. But yeah, so that's what we did today. Next time we will be meeting on Saturday at 8:30 p.m. Central. Oh, we're going into the opening screen there. Here, shh. Don't start singing over me, please. You're all so pretty. You're all so pretty. Here, I'll just turn it down a little bit. We'll just turn it down so it's not too distracting in the background. Okay, so Saturday, 8:30 p.m. Central, we'll be meeting again. We've been doing Cafe Enchante or Enchante every Tuesday, every Saturday, but since we've gotten through this, we got through Canus's route tonight. I thought, you know what, we'll kind of break it up a little bit. And I'm gonna try PC Building Simulator on Saturday. You know, learn a little bit more about my hardware and see how I function, stuff like that. It'd be interesting to see. So we're gonna test that out on Saturday. Yeah, and I don't know if I have much else to say. I don't know if I have much to say. I'm just I've been on a roller coaster ride of emotions tonight. Otomes do that to you. Otomes do that to me. But yeah, thank you everyone for coming to hang out tonight. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I sure had a good time with the stream tonight. I liked Canus's route. I liked Canus's route, and honestly, I thought it was just gonna end right before those what's the word? The credits came up, and I was like, that's gonna be it. And I was like, you know what? I'm satisfied with that. Like, I felt heartfelt sincerity from him. And I'm like, that's gonna be it. And then no, they went for the ending. I was like, okay, all right, it's cliche, but my heart's very happy. But yeah, where is it going? I'm getting sidetracked. Thank you for coming to hang out. I hope you guys had a good night. I had a good night, and I will see you guys on Saturday. So, until then, I will see you later. Bye-bye.